Okay. So the plan today is to do a little bit of rat racing and then jump into Abiotic when it releases. It releases in like 8 hours. So which will be hype. I'm keen. Can't wait. It'll be fun. Oh, yeah. Congrats on first, by the way. I am making progress. Can't wait. Mhm. Which my tuber background, I don't use it as often as I should. I created it because I didn't want like a background that was like, pretend my home or anything, it didn't seem to make sense to me. I like those kinds of things. So I was like, my birch forest is one of my favorite biomes in Minecraft, and it just is a place that I'm comfortable most. So it's something that I like. It's up there. There's a few biomes that I like. I like lavender fields. I like birch forests, and I like yeah, it's very nice. But yeah, I may do a bedroomy thing at some point, but I don't know. It's not something that I'm focused on at the moment. I am quite looking forward to today because abiotic releases and it should be super duper fun. Where were we at with weight? Okay, we need to eat rabbit of some kind. I was trying to break this sword if I remember right. And I was thinking about getting electrical skill up, like through crafting. Tail. Potatoes. Radishes. Maybe not. That most certainly is enough now. And okay, I'm wearing blue glasses though. You're gonna have to pick a color. This is so it's blah 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 blah. I, yeah, you get to pick a color. Then red, black, blue, or none. Red? Okay. Yeah, that's what glasses does. I let you guys control my accessories. But I've dressed myself in the morning. That's what I do. That's you guys don't get to do that. I get to pick my clothes. You guys can run around in my hat if you want, and you guys can choose my glasses. That seems fair. Oh God. No, no, don't be sorry. Why would you be sorry? You know? Also, I refund points a lot of the time just because I like to. Sometimes I lock the points in, but for things like fireworks and stuff like that, a lot of the time I just refund it so that people can have fun. Rabbit murder? It's not rabbit murder. I'm just petting them. Not yet, anyways. It'll be rabbit murder tomorrow. Snow in September? This is the rat race. We get snow in lots of seasons that don't make sense. It's not quite cryo winter, but it is as cold as you can set it in the default for the most part, I think, if I remember right. It's dry and cold. Like it's meant to be. That's why we have so much fog. It's and in all honesty, that's one of my least favorite parts of the rat race. It's having so much fog. But that said, though, it's part of the rat race, so it's part of a challenge mode setting so as a result, I don't really have a place to complain about that. It's the mode that I'm playing, right? I chose to play this mode, so that's the thing. But yeah, the fog is probably one of my least favorite parts because ambience wise, fog is great when it's once in a while, but it feels like every other day in the rat race is fog. Yeah, the reason being is because when it's choosing its weather, it's choosing it based on what weather can it have, and because it's dry weather, the weather choices are fog or and rain is set at a low number, so it's fog or fog. It's like, you know, so it's more so a setting choice that causes that than than the actual game files. So you can't really blame the game for that. That one's on us. Another reason why when a lot of the time when I'm talking about stuff, I don't mean rat race. I mean the core of the game or apocalypse. If I say in rat race, but it'll be rare because I know that rat race is a challenge. I know that it's meant to be a hard mode. It's not meant to be the base game or something that should be scaled towards. It definitely is not something that should be scaled towards. It's a times 16 game. Times 16 games are ludicrous on their own. Let alone when you throw in things like pinpoint hearing, follow distance set to 1,000, vehicle engine loudness set to ridiculous. You know, all those things combined into one, it makes it, you know, and as well as almost all of the settings scaled down. Like the loot settings are on so insanely rare. One of the lowest loot settings that you can set the game to that is not none is 0.05. The rat race is set to 0.04. Like you see stuff like that. So that's why you can never use it as a baseline. It's just not possible. It's not something that should be scaled towards. Yeah, the settings are quite fun in that way because they're all tweaked in a way to make them a little bit harder in lots of different ways, and some of the ways are more they add tedium, but in a lot of ways it's really fun. It was, yeah. This is like super duper low loot. It doesn't, when you look at my pile of loot, you don't see that, but if you were to look at the buildings that I've gone in and stuff like that, you'd be like, oh, well, I'd be lucky to get 1 or 2 items. If I see like 4 or 5 items, I think it's like Christmas in there. Or whichever holiday. My birthday. Happy birthday, Higgins. You get a few extra items. Yeah, that's why when going back to when you've played with low loot, when you've played with low loot as long as a lot of us have, um, going back to Apocalypse, it's like every single house is like an exploded pinata. It is absurd. You look at the other houses and you're like, wow. And that's every single house is like that. Imagine finding a survivor house with all the cool weapons and stuff. It's why I say that a lot of the time on those on default apocalypse settings, there's a lot of systems you don't need to interact with simply because there's that much loot. There's no need to interact with the systems. But that doesn't mean that the systems themselves inherently should be bad, right? I think that the systems in the background should still be good in the event that, you plan to interact with them so that later it's better for everyone, right? And that's why I talk about the systems a lot of the time. So like the things like calories or other such questions, like, things that pop up, um, is because those systems should be addressed regardless of the if it's easier to get loot or not. It's core gameplay, the fundamentals. That's important. That's important in any game, right? And especially in a game like Zomboid, where they're trying to kind of strike that balance between realism and video game in just the right way. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it's strange what they leave behind, though. Sometimes they leave behind better loot than what was initially would have been found inside the building. It's like they dropped something important from their pack. Adds a little bit to it, right? Makes it feel like, oh wow, like it's sort of like the Schrodinger survivors, right? Like they're a little bit more interesting that way. I'm gearing up mentally for something I'm going to be doing today. My plan, hey, by the way, is that so I want to do. I'm gonna do some carpentry. We're going to be placing uh, a wall around a section of my crafting area, just as a a secondary barrier, so that in the event that a loose zombie wanders over, that they don't ruin my crafting area. Which has happened. It's happened a couple of times. Not that they've ruined my crafting area, but just that a random zombie has wandered on over, and if they end up banging on my crafting stations and stuff, I wouldn't like that. So I'm gonna start prepping to wall it off a bit. And the reason why it requires mental preparation is because I don't really like carpentry. It's like it's takes a lot of effort. There's a lot of effort in carpentry. So when you're doing something you don't like, um, It's always good to bear that in mind. Prep yourself. It would be harsh. Oops. Rest in peace, Hats. Hmm? I don't know. I don't know what that means, but well, it's only probably because I'm missing context of some kind. Oh, hello. What are you doing here? This is my home. Why are you here? Rude. Is crafting then blank? You know that I can't see that link, right? If it's a link, because it's the way that the chat works is it'll let you see your own links, but it won't actually share it with anyone else. In chat, it looks like 3 asterisks, like so. It looks like this. Here. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, the reason why it's like that is because it prevents the bots from linking. I'm not sure, but if you want to share stuff like that, you could always share it on the Discord and stuff, like in one of those one of the channels like gallery or something. I like seeing links like clips and stuff, especially like if it's always nice. I'm noticing a strong influence. Can you please, excuse me? Where are you going? Get away from my crafting area. See, this is what I mean. These zombies showing up in my crafting area. Come here. Yeah, they're uninvited. That wasn't a link, but apparently was. If you put a period in the middle of stuff, sometimes it thinks it's a link. That's why. So if you accidentally put a period in there, it might have thought it was a link. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about it. It's okay. You were just trying to be proper punctuation, and I can appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that some of the context of what you were talking about was lost, and or if there was a link that I wouldn't have been able to see it, and I would have wanted to see it if it's like a clip or something like that, which would have been kind of cool. Because folks post their clips all the time, and I enjoy them. And you gotta imagine how many people send me frog videos too. Like, I get to see all the frogs all the time, and it is
You're
fantastic.
amazing.
Cannot say how awesome that is enough. I get to see all the frogs. And then I send them to Emma, and then we share them together, and we watch them together, and it's great. And Emma smiles, and I smile, and we're happy. All of them, yeah, all of them. Lots, like frog pictures, frog, like, videos, and other such things. It's really interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have to start prepping an area around here. Yeah, Emma's going is with her family today though, so um which is coincidental that Emma's gonna do that, and we've got the release of Abiotic Factor today, so that'll be hype. I can't wait. It'll be super fun. It happens in like it's 10, or I think it's 10 o'clock PST, so that's either 10 or 11 my time. I can't remember. One sec, I gotta check. I think it's 11 my time because I'm in the mountains, so yeah, it's 11 my time. So we have roughly not 10 hours, but a little less than that to do Rat Race, which is plenty of time. Plenty of time to enjoy the Rat Race. I need uh the saw. And we're gonna need a hammer. That is not. So I think I'm gonna make a hammer. You gather the ducks. I haven't seen ducks in Zomboid. What was I doing? I walked over here to drop something. What was I gonna drop? Don't remember. It's not relevant then. Some folks like the ducks, some folks like the it's whatever animal is your favorite, right? Emma also sends me a lot of other animal videos. Like I get a lot of other things like tortoises, uh beluga whales, like stuff like that. Like it's just really cute animals doing cute animal things. Hi, by the way. Sometimes dinosaurs. Emma sends me fossils. I don't know if you planned this, but it's gonna be all the twos, and it's a Tuesday. No, that's what we call a happy coincidence. Unfortunately, I'm not fast enough to kill a few thousand zombies in the span of a couple of in-game days. Otherwise, I would totally try to go for 22,222 as well, just to kind of add extra fun for it. But nah, I don't have the capability. I'm sorry. If I had, I could maybe do it if I had prepped for it, maybe. But I didn't prep for it because, like I said, it's not been planned. This is just coincidence. Okay. Oh yeah. Nails. There's 20. There should be more. One of these has a box of nails in it somewhere. Let's start with that. I always make more nails too. Don't like hearing that noise. It's the, yeah. I'll quickly go grab the rabbits from the rabbit traps. Yeah, they are noisy. Emma likes one of those noises when you speed up carpentry. Like really likes it. Like it's one of those sounds that Emma like is I don't know. You know that sometimes there's sounds that you just love, like you absolutely love them. Hello, dear. You're making a mistake. Running towards me, please. Please, just stay away. Stop following me. Go away. Isn't that awkward? Well, they'll have the chance now. That's why I left that open, is because I figured that they're if they do end up over there somehow, that they would end up they just benefit me. Pretty much. Okay, let's quickly remove these. Apparently I should have been using these rabbit heads for tailoring XP, but I was being lazy and just deleting them. Because I couldn't be bothered. But I guess I will use some of them for tailoring XP, just because. Oh, hello. You're, like, running right next to me. Theoretically, though, they shouldn't be able to get out of there now. And if that other deer ends up being a buck, which I didn't really check, but then they should make more deer. And maybe we'll actually have a deer farm that's... But they might be able to get out of there. I don't know. Logically, it would make sense that they could hop that fence, but, you know, because they're deer. But, I don't know. They might not be able to. The biggest reason why I would want them anyways, though, is for the medium leather and the capability of making an advanced forge and an advanced furnace wherever I want. So, like, for example, if there is a bunch of metal far away from where I currently am, that it's okay. And I could just make an advanced forge over there and carry back the metal smelted, as opposed to worrying about... Yep, time to do some meal prep. We'll start with the prime. Okay, that's the prime. Two rodent pieces. And one egg. Okay. And the remainder of this meat can go in the third one. Okay. It's the 22nd? Yeah, it is the 22nd. Even more twos. All the twos are lining up. Many twos all at once. Can't even handle all the twos. Does farming still be a thing? Like, what do you mean? Like agriculture? Yeah, it still works. It's just it's not great. It's okay. You can force it to work, kind of. It's just it's not due to the way that the current stuff is set up. It's just not going to be good until they add in things like greenhouses or sprinklers or NPCs, or there's a lot of ways that they could improve the farming system, but currently the amount of time investment makes it not worth it. So it just is it's in a strange place is what I would say. Yeah, it's super duper slow and you're not getting a lot out of it. And that goes for if you convert it as well. I'm not just talking about, you grow the crops and then you turn them into meat via trapping. It's still not really that worth. Not really. Like, I mean, foraging still outpaces it by a margin that is somewhat unfair to it. Uh, the fact of the matter is that it's supposed to be something that you set and forget, kind of. Like you set it, you forget it, you water it once in a while, and then that was the old way of farming. The new way of farming requires you to tend to it a little bit more, and as a result, there's a time investment. You actually, when you put down a farm, you're putting down roots, literally putting down roots. Um, so it ends up being that you have to put time into it. That's not a bad thing. It's just it needs to balance out, right? And it doesn't currently. Like I mentioned before, if you were to add up all of the caloric values of the crops that you're getting from the yields, it's not worth it. Like, let's take cabbages, for instance. Cabbages are fairly good in terms of their caloric value. They're not too bad. Usually they're average about 100 calories or a little bit less. Let's say 90. But, like, let's be generous and say 100, right? 100 calories combined with their fact that they are also 100 of a secondary, so they can, cabbages can get you your second chevron, that because of carbohydrates. So, that's a neat part of cabbages, is that they can produce you that nice juicy second chevron that everyone loves so much, right? For weight gain. Now, so how many cabbages would it take to balance your weight? Well, on average, a player, let's say, and let's lowball it and say that it takes 1,500, right? In order a calorie burn per day. Now it's more than that, but let's say that it's about 1,500, right? So that right there is requiring 15 calories, or sorry, 15 cabbages per day, correct? Right. So now let's balance that out. 15 cabbages per day over the course of 60 days that it takes to grow cabbages. 60 multiplied by 1.5, right? You see now why it's not worth it? Not really. And then the whole, yeah, that's not even getting into account the cursed and the months that are bad, and you know all of that other stuff that also is inclusive in farming. Like that it's just it's I like in the rat race I have successfully made it to agriculture level 3, and that's without trying. I think that we could feasibly get to agriculture 10 fairly quickly, and then from there, like, I mean, but the thing is it is it worth it? And the answer currently is no. If you were to ask me flat out, is it worth it, I would say no. Just like I would say, is tracking worth it? Right? Animal tracking? No. Although I should put more effort into it, but it just doesn't seem worth it. I think that system's not ready yet, and that eventually then they'll add in stuff to help those systems out. Like I said, greenhouses, bows, stuff like that. It currently tracking doesn't feel like you're actually hunting. It feels just like you walk towards an animal and it darts off through the woods. There's no because it can see you. Even if you have level 10 sneaking, it can see you. They don't have the same checks as the zombies. So they just see you. You don't there is no, right? And that's a problem. Just hit them with cars. I mean, you just trap them in an enclosure and you can kill them that way. But it feels cheesy, and like I said, it doesn't feel like hunting. It feels like I just cheesed those animals. Just like if you ram them with your car, if you were to do that in any other means, that car would be ruined. Now, but just the same, the car wouldn't be as ruined if you run over a rabbit. Yet in Zomboid, if you run over a rabbit, your car gets ruined, right? Then it makes sense. They don't want you running over the animals. There we go. We're gaining weight again. And the plan is going to be to chop down a bunch of things, make a nice area. Tomorrow in game, we'll do some more of that. But yeah, today is all about making metal stuff and then woodcraft, essentially. Carpentry, carving, metalworking. Maybe some welding too. I've got a welding torch and a mask. Should be able to weld some stuff. Okay, I'm going to take a brief couple of minutes though, just to BRB and refill my tea. My kettle's being extra slow, so actually I don't get tea until a little bit later, like soon. Maybe the water was really cold. I don't know. I'm gonna have to wait. Sucks. Oh well. Thank you for wellness though. It's been getting cold here. Yeah, it might be that might be part of it. Maybe it's just cold water. I'm like sitting there, I'm watching the kettle, which, I mean, you know that whole saying, watch pot never boils is not, it's not true. That's not true at all. And you stare at the pot all the time. Eventually it'll boil. It's, but it's like, come on, come on. That was the click noise of my kettle. I mean, sec. 1 second. Just, I prepped the tea already. I just need to pour it. Nah. The smell of burning water? What do you mean burning water? I don't burn water. I don't burn water. That's not true. I'm actually really good at cooking most of the time. I wouldn't say I'm the best. No, average, but the smell of burning water. It's not burning though. It's just boiled. It's all. It's just boiled water. It's not burning. I've seen Buzz clean these leaves up. I don't know how he did it though. He had a broom. But I made a broom and it didn't work. Maybe you need an actual broom. Like a real broom, not a pretend broom. Or maybe they fixed it and now it works. I'm trying to think. Do I want... Yeah, it's fine. Was it a rake? Ooh, it might have been a rake. I'm gonna try the broom first. I need a twig bundle, a sapling, and well, twine. Got everything I wanted done. How's my stream going? I just started, like just a bit ago. I'm still on my warm up. Like I haven't really even thought about anything extensive aside from the fact that I've got to do carpentry. We built this little section over here. I cleaned out some of the stuff. I'm planning to expand it out a little bit and gain some carpentry XP at the same time. Maybe make some boxes to put some things in. Remember though, my character has got disorganized. So me making the boxes, they'll still be better than the duffel bags by a little bit, but it's like not by much. Like the duffel bags and the like it's yeah. Yeah, no, I know it's a box. It's but it's like here, the boxes will have the similar space to these right? 35. So essentially it's 3 duffel bags. You're hoarding so many rabbits and raccoons. Remember not to hoard too many of them. Like ballpark between, like right now I've got 60. 60 is enough to sustain for 2 months. I'm gonna maintain 60. Just be wary that if you leave an area for a while and then you come back, that the rabbits may indeed continue to breed. And they're bunnies. Aren't they normally 65? I've got disorganized. So a lot of people like having organized. I've got the opposite. The military crates will be 40 something or 50. They might be 50. It's a percentage. Disorganized is a percentage. That's why, fun fact about disorganized, if you look at a fanny pack's unaffected by disorganized, actually. So is the player inventory. These are 2 inventories that are unaffected by the disorganized trait. So the player inventory, you can still hold the same kind of as normal, right? And fanny packs are already at 1, so they don't get lower. However, a fanny pack with organized trait goes up to 2, right? But yeah, you're right, it is 50. 50 is the base for cupboards, and 50 is often the base for boxes. You can have improved boxes that are better, like the military crates and stuff, but yeah. I remember there being a bigger box as well. I just don't remember. Like there's the metal crates, if I remember right. Those ones are the bigger box. Wait, you can wear 2 fanny packs? Yes, or you can choose to wear the Alice pack, which is a front and back double. Like so you get to choose. Aaron's gonna be looking like he's gonna have a bag on the front, bag on the back, bag on each of his legs, bag on each of his arms, each of his hand. He's gonna be holding a bag. He's gonna have a backpack strapped to the back of his head. And he's gonna be moving at like a snail's pace around the map. But it's okay, because he'll have the loot. Cargo pants, yeah. Like the old cargo pants, you know, the old ones? The one that had like 60 pockets? That one. You remember those? Those are hilarious. Those are so funny. These are the ones where people, you know, why the pants down around the ankles was a style? It's because they had so much stuff in the fanny in their pants. They're carrying way too much stuff. Yeah, 90 million pockets. They're all full, all of nonsense. What's in your pockets? Nonsense. It doesn't matter what's in the pockets. There doesn't need to be that much stuff in the pockets. Yeah. Pull everything out of one pocket. It's just like random stuff. Coupons that are expired. Rubber band ball. Or doing like those rubber band finger gun things, you know, kind of like like the frog emote kind of. What is it? Frog. Which one was it? It's this one. That one. Like that. Bam, bam, with the rubber band. And that hurt. Because if you got it wrong, like it snapped back and hit you in the hand, and you'd be like, ah, this is not good. Good times though. Pew. And the giant wallets, yeah. Because they needed to fit their check. Yeah, the checkbook. I mean, some folks still use checkbooks. Oh, the wallets on the chains. Or the ridiculous chains that went nowhere. You know what I mean? Like they're just chains that were chains. It's just like those stupid pants. I have a problem with these pants. Those pants that have the pockets sewn on, but they're not real. They're not real pockets. They're pretend pockets. I hated that stuff. It's so frequent. It used to happen all the time. Ah, pretend pockets. Why you have pretend pockets? Give me real pockets. Stop pretend pockets. Yeah, it's so annoying. I want pockets. Oh, but you got a purse. No, it's not relevant. Does not matter if I have a purse, a bag, a backpack, a fanny pack, nothing. And yes, fanny packs were big back then, but give me real pockets. Don't give me no fake pocket bullshit. It's just stupid. Hate those fake pockets. But they were the style. Oh yeah, I was making a broom. Like it's like distracted by pockets. It was like, I mean that's a fair thing to get distracted by though. Let's be honest. It's like not a bad thing. Um, a pretty good one. There we go. It's just like when I take damage or something because I'm thinking about food. I mean, food is good, isn't it? It's solid. I can't ever be mad, and that's actually most of my damage is taken during conversations about food. I went back and I've watched a lot of my injuries, and it's usually I'm talking about food. It's like, wow, okay, there's a pattern here. Maybe I'm hungry at the time, or we just happen to be tangented onto food, but that most of my mistakes happen during food. I eat before the stream usually, and I also snack. I know it may seem like I'm like some kind of ridiculous machine sometimes. Like it's like, oh wow, when do you eat? You don't sleep either, do you? It's like, no, I have a disorder that helps me with the whole not sleeping thing, and I do pay the price eventually for it. And then also combo that with the fact that I do snack. It's just, so I'll like grab like sometimes I grab a yogurt, sometimes it's a granola bar, sometimes it's like, that sort of thing. And then I have a good meal, right? Like later. Or I have a good meal at the start. Or for example, like remember when I was playing Abiotic with Rhett and I did that what was it? Was a 28-hour stream or some nonsense? I ordered pizza during that stream. And I had pizza. it was a while since I had pizza last. It's nice to have pizzas once in a while, though. And if I were to do something similar today, which is, is the implication, given the fact that I am here, I am ready for the release, and the release ain't happening for another, like, what? It happens at 11 my time. It's 2 a.m. now. I'm there's no way I could sleep. Are you like, I slept already, and I'm like, I should go get another little bit of sleep in, and I'm like, no, it's not possible. It's like, too much excitement. It's just like, I can't wait. Yeah. You're talking about the those there was a lot of those kinds of bars that used to, there was tons. I like the ones with the yogurt on the bottom, and sometimes with the peanut butter on the bottom, or the, like, the chocolate. But like, it was good. Do you like dark chocolate too? But yeah, that's the thing, right? Is I am a human being. I do things like, I work and I rest, and I enjoy. I'm making. Is this? Okay, let's take a bit of a breather. Hey, it's Rhett. Rhett, I'm hyped. I'm hyped for Abiotic. I can't wait. Are you hyped? If you're not hyped, can we get you on the level of hype? Like, is it possible? I want to get Rhett on that level of hype. Maximum hype. You're here for pizza? I might get pizza today, maybe. Maybe. I don't want to, like, I've already made, I did a meal prep today, though, so I've got meal prep, so I don't need to eat out today. What is the Abiotic? What do you mean, like the story? What's like the lore of the game, or I don't. What is an LE5? LE5. What is? Um, it stands for API. Oh, it's an API program. I have no idea what the API program of Abiotic is. What kind of game is it? It's a first-person shoot. Or it's not a shooter, but it's a first-person survival crafting game where there's a linear story, and you progress gradually throughout. So you have to eat, drink, and go to the bathroom, and as you slowly progress in a Half-Life 2 SCP environment. That's pretty cool. It was pretty solid. I really liked it. I picked it up on a whim because it was on sale, and Rhett gave it a glowing review. And then Rhett was like, "Hey, do you want to play? Like, we can play together." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then we played, and Rhett was kind of like the like the back, like he sat in the back kind of and just let me kind of go, which was nice. But I am hyped to be the person that's in the background helping Rhett in his playthrough. Because now that I've done it, and Rhett knows just how much I've done it, because I sent Rhett I sent Rhett a thing, and it was I was having the worst luck in the world, like the worst luck. 7.5% drop chance, my ass. Like it was just like I started tallying it because I was so tired. Like I was like, this is ludicrous. This is stupid. I know where all of those things. I'm hoping that some of those are shifted a little bit, but it's like, oh my god, I can't believe it. So long, but I did it. I succeeded. But yeah, it's like SCP kind of, and Rhett's already made a thumbnail for it. That's pretty cool. I am hyped. I can't wait. It'll be a blast. So I'm gonna be Rhett's soup slash background character friend that gets to help. I'm gonna make so many soups. And I'm hoping that there's new soups. I'm hoping that because there's supposed to be new progression, right? And such, right? I'm curious because Rhett made it to manufacturing, which is the beginning, right? Or do you just want to start over, like from the beginning, or what is the plan with that? Because we could just start over. I mean, there's not too much that. If you only made it to manufacturing, it's not like it's a big deal to start from the beginning. Let's see. Oh. That's good. I tried. I see. Eventually, though, I succeeded. It's like an hour time save. It gets you straight to the first new thing. Okay, well then that's good then. And I have tried max damage. It's interesting. In max damage, like for the enemies, that first like the regular enemies don't they're nothing, like the little pests, they're nothing. But that first enemy that you meet can really mess you up. Before the new stuff happens. See, yeah, that wouldn't be so fun, I guess. Let's see. Killing the security bots isn't so bad, especially because you can kind of cheese them a little bit, but it'd be funny if they added in a ranged attack for the security bots, kind of nullifying that. Could you imagine if they could like throw something at you or something, like, you know, or if they had like a ranged taser? You'll see how you deal with it. I seen that you were up on the fountain when before, and I can suss out a few ways to cheese them. Cause what was it for the running bots? Remember the purple ones? I was jumping back and forth between the sides, and that's how I cheesed them. That's absolutely not how you do it. You don't. Okay, well, so you were just being silly then on the fountain when we played. But you can kind of get into tuckaways that they can't attack you on, I would assume. That or build traps. The traps are really good, and that's kind of what I want to do more of in this upcoming, like when we do stuff. It'll be fun setting up little traps and stuff. Yeah, no, I know. I'm keen. I'm keen to learn some new mechanics if you have them. But the I didn't do as much trapping until I started, because I did start the max enemy damage, max enemy health playthrough before. And it's scary. Everything can kill you in just a couple of hits, so it ends up being, and it's tough. I need. Is this not enough? Is it 12? Of course it's 12. My in-game arms hurt. I am keen to see this thumbnail, though. Give me 1 second. Because I do not trust the F2. Pause. Actually, we can pause like this. Yeah, that's good. That's solid. I know where that guy is. You see him in the beginning. I seen him lots because I was setting up a fishing area in that area. Yeah, just you could always do like or at least post like upload like, you know, it privately. Just make sure to tick it to private because for some reason Twitch set the default on public for uploading VODs. I don't know why they did that. That seems kind of silly in my opinion, but you know, whatever. If you're just aware of it, then you could always upload the VODs or and then edit them later or whatever. At least they'd be there, you know. Also, what I've been doing with the VODs is I'll highlight them and splice them if they go over 11 hours because YouTube doesn't like 11 hours for some reason. Like you hit a certain point and it's just like no, and it like destroys the VOD. So I've learned that the highlight system, what you can do is you can do that too. The reason why I don't do the dual streaming is because my internet here is not always the most stable, and I don't trust it. You heard that one? Your PC is not so much. Your PC is good though. It's not like, you know, best tech in the world, but it's not bad. It's a good PC. I think your PC is better than mine. My PC less sounds like it's taken off when I'm playing Abiotic. Yeah, I need to get eventually the plan is when I move in with Emma, we'll look at internet plans and we're going to try to get the best one. We'll do that, and then also I'll have Emma's old PC, which puts my PC in the ground. Like my PC is a paperweight compared to her old PC. And we bought Emma a brand new PC. Emma's new PC is a monster. That thing is ridiculous. That's why, you know, so I get the old PC, Emma gets the new PC. And cuz that's important. I want Emma to have the absolute best experience. I don't care so much about if my experience is less. I mean, most of the time I play Zomboid, and Zomboid's not that demanding unless you force it to be that demanding. um, by doing, I don't know, something crazy like times 16. Although Rhett was experimenting recently. You were experimenting with that one. You had no frame loss while driving. That was really cool. I wonder. That looked really good. Assuming that that's how that is. Yeah, I don't understand why that's not the default. Why is that not the default way that the game should load? Even Minecraft loads that way. It Yeah, test definitely let me know how that works on higher pop, because if it works really well, I would like that's like it looks good. Like it looks like it reduces frames like frame loss, and it looks amazing. And if that could become the norm, like as far as I as you use it when you do, probably when they drop another update, right? Let's be honest. The next update will both be like, ooh, patch notes. Look at the patch notes. Look at how shiny they are. I'm not teasing them to update now. I want them to, like, if they drop the update now, I would probably cry and play both games at the same time. Like, it would be hard. It'd be split screen. I have enough monitors. I would make it work. What are you doing? I'm playing Rat Race and I'm doing Abiotic Factor. You see, I needed to, half my keyboards for playing one and half my keyboards for playing the other. To restart it and do Abiotic. I would probably join you. We could like duo the patch notes. Duo notes. Yeah, it would be fun. We'd both be like pointing this out and that out. And so me and Rhett have different opinions, but similar opinions of of the um the game, right? Patch notes roundtable. I really wouldn't mind it, like doing like that, because like there are times where both you and I have differing views, and I can agree with the change and you disagree with the change. Most of the time, though, we're on the same page. Like, I'd say a large majority of the time. Why am I putting this stuff here when I'm gonna use it for this stuff? I'm distracted again. Stop being distracted. Give me the twig broom. I think I tried this before, though. Okay, so twig broom doesn't work. So it's got to be a rake. But yeah, patch notes roundtable will be fun, and I agree with you, by the way, on the abiotic. 9 hours, yeah. Hype. Um, what is the rake head under? Tools. It's not a garden hoe. Pickaxe. It's metal, right? Leaf. No. Rake. No. Yeah, 9 hours from now. Have a nap if you need it, Rhett, because it's gonna be hype. I can't. There's no way in hell I would be able to sleep. I already slept. I slept my allotted 4 hours. I woke up and was like, rah. You have work? It's okay. This is a no sleep life. Okay, so you have work, but when is your work done? Like I'm not rushing you or anything, but I am probably gonna play on a save, and then I'll jump into your save. I wonder how far I could get in a max difficulty playthrough. Probably not that far. I think you overestimate my skill in the game. You're gonna squeeze an hour or two nap in? Yeah. Seems for the best. Um, but yeah, I'll find something that I can do while I wait on the release. Killing three computer robots will be interesting. Sounds like Zomboid Testers chatting. So it's Abiotic Factor is releasing today in 9 hours. So it is a 1.0 like release, like the actual release of the game, as well as their additional content is going to be released. So yeah, it's going to be hype. Um, Recently I 100%ed Abiotic Factor, and I made it all the way to the end content. If you want to start from the beginning, I mean, I don't care to start from the beginning if you don't want to. Plus, you like, I mean, we could just continue your save. If you're working though, you said you have work, right? You could just shoot me a message when you get home, and I'll probably be I'll be streaming, so you'll be able to just be like, hey, and then I'll be like, okay, it's time to play with Rhett. But I'll see how far I can get. You're just gonna log into the reactors area? So you're going straight for the ending. Oh, okay. Don't spoil it for us. It's gonna be a while before we see it. But it's so good. Like as I started to get to that back bit, like because the thing that really hooked me, the thing that was the real hook was not just the crafting, because the crafting was one thing that could hook me. It was that there was always a little bit of a hey, by the way, there's this, you gotta go to this next area. Hey, there's another keylog over here. Hey, there's this expanded area over here that you probably missed. It's like they dangled cheese in front of me every single time, and I just was like, oh, I gotta go over there. And then when I finally made it to the point where it says to be continued, I was like, oh. But then there were still so many side passages that I hadn't gone down. I still don't think I found everything. They don't need to release more early access. They can release the game and then always do more, add more to the game as time goes on, because it's one of those games where they could just keep adding to it, because it's got that whole SCP style, and if you played through quite a lot of it, it ends up being, it starts out with Half-Life looking sort of environments, and then it moves into the SCP sort of style environments, and then it turns it on its head and goes into like 8-bit and a bunch of other like strange things. Like it's just crazy. Did you get Kylie and the pet rock? No. So you can see right there that ta-da, there's stuff that I missed. Even though I 100%ed the achievements. Cuz so I did get all the achievements. I missed Kylie and I missed the pet rock. So Kylie is what's it called? Is one of the scientists, right? Don't say it? Okay. Okay, I won't say it then. Because I read something about Kylie, but I don't remember. So It's something about cancer. That's all I know. But it's okay. It's just something that I missed. It's super duper hype though. And the very first time I played, I was feeble and I had a bunch of debuffs that I'm not gonna take this time. Because I've learned that it's not like Zomboid. It's you don't want to be taking all these extra debuffs. It's quite painful when you do that. Much worse than Zomboid in some regards. You can tell me the zone. I'm gonna guess the Hydro Plant because the Hydro Plant is the only area that I didn't really explore fully. And I know I'd be right because that's the only area that I didn't comb from top to bottom. Because I combed the reactors. I combed every other area except for the Hydro Plant. You have all those debuffs? I'm not surprised, but you also wanted the fanny pack. Did you get your reactor card? Reactor card. I don't know. I'm not sure. If it's something that I would know offhand, just assume that I haven't. That I probably missed that too. But that's the thing, right? Is there's so many little things like that you're not gonna see them. Not until you're like maybe third or fourth playthrough, or maybe stuff like that. It's neat. I like that. That's why I'm keen to play it again from the beginning. But at the same time, I'm okay with jumping directly in from manufacturing once Rhett gets back, kind of deal. But I will start over like completely when the release happens. Cause why not? Right? I'll see how far I can get. Except we'll be cranking it. We'll be cranking the damage and the everything up. And I'm going to get killed a lot. A lot. Because they're going to do a lot of damage to me. For the employee yard. I think I might have found that, though. I got most of the clothes. But then again, I was bouncing around that area with like the grav cube and the jetpack and just like you can ask my legs, they were like permanently broken. Like all the time broken. It was like, why are your legs broken? I had 50 splints at one point and it's just like, it's not enough splints. Yeah, I had the biotic legs, but I took them off at one point because I was like, I want to have the full armor bonus from the reactor set. It's like, I shouldn't have done it. And even prior to making the biotic legs, I was breaking my legs every other second. No, I'm not. My legs, they just are broken all the time. I actually, and so funny enough, in Project Zomboid, I do hold a world record. I'm the world's most accident-prone veteran. In one of my playthroughs, I had the most broken legs that you could have, or broken limbs. I have 4 broken limbs. And I healed them. I don't know anyone who's had more, and nobody will admit that they've had more than that. At least not yet. If somebody wants to take that record, feel free. It's up for grabs. It's a bit of an embarrassing thing. You died before the 3rd healed. Yeah. Hi there. Oh, it's Yunsep. You've never talked here before, but I really like you. You're great. Just out the gate. You're awesome. Okay? Just you are awesome, and you should know it. I watch Yunsep play lots of stuff. He does a lot of variety survival crafting things. I'm doing good. Making strides in the rat race as we do, and I'm hyped for Abiotic later today when they release it. So it did 1.0. Yeah. You just used the Exer set? I used, what was it? By the time I put the biotic set on, like the bionic legs on, I think I had the did I have pieces of the reactor set? I can't remember. I think I was using some kind of carbon set, like made of carbon of some kind. I don't remember. Oh, I was wearing two pieces of of a carbon set of some kind, and or the reactor set, and I was wearing the splash guard helmet that you get from Viswa. So the fun snow place with the Yeti. Okay, I need to light this. Can you not make a rake? Is that not a thing that exists? I don't think you can make a rake. Rake head. That can't be the case, right? Being set blocked by a bio lock arms. Oh, you're using the guns. I never bothered because I couldn't get my aiming up high enough. By the time my aiming was high enough to use those guns, I was finished the game. Also, side note, I managed to finish the game before I maxed out my strength. I was level 14.9 when I finished the game. I was like really close to leveling my strength, but I didn't quite finish it. And then I did level it later, like after the game was like I reached the ending, or at least the up to the to be continued, right? Um, Most of my skills I didn't max. The only skills that I did max were, I think I maxed agriculture. Yeah, I don't even think even my main weapon that I was using, because I was using sharp melee as my most weapons, and I don't even think I maxed that. I think I got to like 12 or 13, something like that. And I think my aiming was like at 9 or something like that. I started using the one laser weapon. Um and strength are what usually people max on a normal playthrough. I started trying to max some of the other stuff. Sneaking was boring though. You just stand there and wait. I was what was it? I was hiding in the so to gain levels on sneaking, I was hiding in an ice cream truck on Flat Hill. That's what I was doing. And I just sat there for 2 hours in real life watching something on my other monitor, and I was just like, this is kind of lame. I mean, I don't think I'm going to level this in the future. You can get the invis suit. I forgot that there is something like that. But once again, we should be cautious about what we're talking about because it's we don't want to spoil stuff, right? Let's not spoil things for people. Yeah, and you forget about the roll. That jarred me the first time it happened. I was like, what the heck? Because it's like a first person roll and you actually see your legs and stuff. It's just like, what? Why are my legs there? It's because you can actually see your body if you look down, which is kind of, it's a neat feature in the game. But yeah, that'll be super fun to play. Oh yeah, it's super cool. It's just when you first, like, you don't expect it. Like I didn't expect it when I first did it. I was like, whoa. Um, there we go. Yeah, that game is fun. It's yeah, no, it's crazy good. I can't wait. Like, cause it feels like there's so much more, right? So much more that you can, and that's some of the world building in certain games is just spot on. That they do fantastic for their world building. Zomboid is an example of a game that does feel like it has a much larger world. A lot of it, once you get to veteran sort of status and you start to really feel like feel it out, you realize that it's not quite so large anymore. But there's still room for expansion, right? Especially with like if you were to do modded maps or any of those kinds of things, or you could see the world getting bigger, right? Same for a lot of these other sort of games like Trash Goblin and Abiotic Factor, and that just the way that they have their world set up, it feels like there's so much more to see, and that you've only scratched the surface of it. Like especially with the way that they talk, and then the way that the different worlds, like, and how it progresses you through, and the people that you talk to, and their take on the world and their perspective, right? And then I really love the fact that there's an opposing faction, like several opposing factions, but yet you have an in with each of them. Like it's like it gives you their perspective, and not just their perspective through the emails and the lore, and it's intense. It's good. It's phenomenal. Zomboid does that too as well with some of this stuff as well, with the world building and the papers and the advertisements and stuff like that, right? Kind of gives it some sort of more liveliness. I'm doing really good, by the way. I'm looking forward to Abiotic Factor being released here later today, as well as I am gearing my area up to be a little bit better. I need to make a rake though, and I don't see how to do that. It's not something I can do, is it? Because I don't see rake as an option here in the forge, right? I might be just missing it though. Maybe it's called something else. Garden hoe. Scythe. Spade. Pickaxe. Oh, and how you can always find your way back, and then like to wherever you wanted to base. And then there's smooth areas back to there. I mean, let's face it, most people will base in office sector. Why? Because it's a central hub. It's kind of the place where everything lines up and goes back to. However, that doesn't mean that you can't just base anywhere. And that's something that I was very much enjoying, is the fact that there are little nooks and little special areas that totally have base written all over them. Alternatively, though, as well, you can also do what I started doing. You see, you based in the upper area of the furniture store. See, I also put was starting to base there. I didn't end up finishing it, but I like that area. It's cool. Um, Something that I was working towards was that, but also something that I learned later is that crafting benches are key, and that I will be doing a lot more of those coming forward. So more hub crafting bench areas. And not just crafting bench areas, but like repair stations, doing micro bases around. I could see myself really liking micro bases, right? Because then they're like little spots where you can stop and have yourself a little bit of a rest, and maybe even a little bit of food, and like, and then off you go doing other stuff. Or perhaps if you want to farm an area for particular resource, trust me, I can say with confidence there are going to be times where you might want to farm an area. I've never like I killed more lab rats than I did pests by the end of the game, by the way. Just gonna put that one out there. Yeah, Google's so I'm not looking I need the rake head, right? But it's not a crafting regen. I can't make the rake head. Or at least I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I think the rake head is just something that's been missed. You need to loot it. That's not how it should be. If I can make myself a pickaxe head, why can I not make a rake? You know, I mean, it's not how it should be. Yeah. The only reason I want it as well is to clean up these leaves. Yeah, no, I know. Don't 100% trust the AI bot, though. There's times where it's been very, very wrong. So, you know, always treat it with a grain of salt and look where its sources are coming from. Because I've seen it pull information from, like, Reddit 10 years ago. And super duper wrong. A good example would be somebody recently, a little while ago, said that you can have higher than times 16 in Zomboid. And that's not possible at the moment. It might be in the future, but it was like something ludicrous, like times 3200. Could you imagine if you could do times 3200 pop in this game? Your game would just explode. Yeah. It's just like, boom. It just wouldn't load, I don't think. But yeah, they're just looking for data, right? Yeah. It just scans data, that's all it does. It's not real AI. It's pretend AI. I need... Yeah. I wanna let me light that. Is there nothing in the... Oh, it somehow burned out. That's a surprise. I must have left it on. I pulled it from a YouTube video December last year. I mean, it might be correct. It seems like it's right now, because it's, at least that's what I'm seeing. But I'm just warning you to be careful, because it's one of those things where I've seen a handful of that stuff just flat out be wrong. And it's always check your sources, make sure it's good. Even I can be wrong and Zomboid and stuff. Even if I mean, I've been wrong a lot actually. I get updated by chat, as well as I get updated by the coders, as well as I get updated by, you know. It's important to make sure that you have the right info. Has Build 42 stopped the when you smash your cars by nearing it? I don't know. Why are you swinging a weapon near your car anyways? When you're swinging nowhere near the car. So you're talking about the distance smashing windows. I don't know if that's fixed. It targets cars that are like 80 tiles away. That's crazy. Now remember, Rhett said like 80 tiles, which is an exaggeration, probably. Not an exact figure. Let's not twist Rhett's words. An approximation. It's not real. It's like 80 tiles. You see somebody quote Retnaru. Retnaru said it says 80 tiles exactly. Probably. As long as the car is rendered. That sounds awful. Yay, 2 months. Yeah, it's a bunch of twos. We did it. We hit funny numbers. I gotta go look in my bases for a rake now, which is what I'm currently doing. Off we go. Try to find a rake. And everyone loves Zomboid Forever. See, I think a lot of folks will appreciate Zomboid Forever. Zomboid has definitely been one of those games that just... It's like Minecraft. It's like, you know, it's its own thing that is strong and is good. And it's a good game. Even though it wouldn't consider itself a game because it's in early access or whatever. It is a game. And it's good. One second. Now. Hopefully they fix those kinds of weird bugs. Did I just mute myself, or I don't know. Could you imagine just talking this whole time? Nobody heard me at all. Oops. Heading to my other base. Oh, it's because so I took a second. I had a little knot in one of my hair, like my hair. So I had to brush it out. Stare directly into your soul with a smiley face. Alternatively, though, I could kind of stare at you like this instead. Would you prefer? Yeah, I do need to do it more. It is funny. It's just it's one of those things that I'm generally a pretty happy person, so it's kind of I do get agitated sometimes, but it's never to the degree where I'm not, you know? I don't know, it's weird. I'm not usually like that. I don't usually have frown face on. Even if I'm like, I don't know. Do I really have to frown for it to go full and happy? Somewhat. That's part of it. It also can be keyed. So like I can push a button and make myself frown. I had to tone back the blushing cuz my face is just smiley. So the blushing is linked to when I'm smiling. So if you were to see me go red, is because smile. Like, but I had to really like tone that back because I'm always smiling. Yeah, toggles are good for proper acting. You can set it up to be for based on a facial gesture though as well. There are ways to make things even better, and actually there's one of my friends was working on something for me as well, which is kind of nice. Especially because you know, they're really talented. Which will be nifty. That stuff. So something that's kind of cool about my tuber is my tuber is actually is not 3D. I know I look 3D, but I'm not. I'm 2D. I'm a 2D tuber. I'm feigning 3D, like Project Zomboid feigns 3D. Although Zomboid's getting closer and closer to becoming 3D, it's trying. It really is, especially with those functions that have been applied to aiming, which have made it a little bit better. Like I really do like that the new features they added to the aiming. That's awesome. It's showing real progress and really like I want to say I told everyone so, but it's like so most folks believed me to begin with, so I can't say that. It's like so it's like right. The aiming is fake 3D. I know. But I mean it's got potential still. And the potential has been skyrocketing like crazy. It went from 2D planes to now selecting limbs and stuff. Like it's going up. It's just like super improvement. Gotta pat the devs on the back when they deserve it, and that is definitely a worthy of praise kind of thing. And it's getting better, like for sure. Although they should, and this is, they should remove from, and I don't mean from like Rat Race, because I don't mind the debuff being there, but for Apocalypse, that extra debuff on aiming and reloading, that they should just throw that away because You know, it's just not needed. Seems excessive. It still select, yeah, but it still selects the target. It actually selects the limb now. Like if you, as you cursor over it, it'll choose like the limb, and so like their head, or it's gotten a lot better. It's been getting a lot better. It's no longer the same as it used to, where you target. You know, you have to kind of like shoot above a certain threat. You know, it's not like that anymore. It's been improving. Yeah, the bullets don't actually exist. Yeah, Rhett's got it. Rhett's got a better handle on it than I do. Why am I here again? Oh yeah, rake. Hello, frog. He's the king frog. He stays here and guards the Dixie base. Macy went out yesterday, and now it's in triple digits. 3 to 7 business days just to get the parts to get here, and a 2K to fix. Oh my god. 2K just to fix. Wouldn't buying another air conditioner just be better? Or is that not an option? Uh, if it's that like time cost and money cost, like or did you already pay? Or do you already have to pay because they've already usually they give you a quote though first. I would consider just buying another air conditioner, which would suck. It was over 6K. So it's cheaper. That's crazy. Unless it's just a quick part. Yeah, it depends on what goes wrong with it, right? But 3 to 7 business days, usually they have the parts. I'm surprised that they don't. Maybe a lot of ACs are breaking. It would make sense if it's that hot there. Once again, I live in Canada, and the hottest the temperature gets here is like 40 C max. Like it doesn't often go higher than that. But then in fairness, our winters are pretty rough too. Like so, you'd be looking at like minus 50 C. That ends up balancing out a little. Parts get rare. Yeah, that's true. And then there's the whole artificial part thing as well, where they increase the price of the parts because they make the parts rare. Because they stop making them. Artificial scarcity. Which is annoying. That's business stuff though for you. Our world is very weird. And then we wonder. Okay, so that's good. Otherwise it would have been fixed yesterday. That's solid. Okay, so then it sounds like you got a good technician at least. That's good. That's the one saving grace. kind of does suck though for you, Chili. I'm sorry to hear that you're having a bad time. If you want to play Abiotic though, like I mean, I did like if you're interested. You're probably more interested in grinding some more Zomboid though, aren't you? How close is your run getting, by the way? You managed to level another skill yet? Alright, let's have a look. I should have a rake. I feel like I have one rake somewhere. The problem is thinking where on earth I would put something. Because I don't know. Where would I put something like that? I gotta think like myself, which is difficult. I get lost in that kind of stuff. Maybe I left it at the other place. Yeah, pick up some water and then we'll head over. Yeah, the amount of high temperatures that everyone has to deal with. It's why I never really complain too much about temperature. Is because, well, I can complain about cold. But at the end of the day, cold is just put on more layers, put on a heater. There you go. Right? It's like... It's manageable. Heat, less manageable. Air conditioner, yes, you can grab moist like towels and like chill stuff, but it's a lot less manageable. And then it gets worse the higher you are in a building. So like if you're like in an office complex that is like on the 17th floor and it's not properly ventilated and the air conditioner is down, it's so sucky, I bet. How long did it take for me to get my first viewers? Not very long. My first viewers and some of my most loyal folks that stay around all the time, were fairly long time ago. But then those folks stick with me, and then there's the folks that have come, over, like, the last couple of years is when you can actually see kind of when I started to get back into streaming more, and I started to really my heart was back in it, kind of, which is a big thing, right? And then it's about finding kind of your spot, something that you can really enjoy. But if you were to trace back, like I've been streaming for a while, and I suppose my real, because there was a 3 year, I don't remember. There was a stint where I stopped streaming on Twitch entirely, and because I was streaming on other sites, and then eventually I came back to Twitch and been here for a couple of years, and it's just about consistency, really, which is the first thing, about sort of that and enjoying what you do. You can also sort of start by building yourself up in more of a niche kind of category, in a way. Like, picking a game that has not as many people watching it, that can help. And then kind of grow yourself from there. And then it's about interaction. It's, social interactions with other people. Other people are great. You can get to know other folks. For a while, folks didn't know I streamed.
You're amazing.
Just hanging out with folks. And then it comes up eventually. Or they see that you stream. And then, they're like, oh, you stream too. And then, it's nice. It becomes one of those kinds of nice things. But it's about finding what's best for you. Some people, they like to do high energy streams. Some people like to do like chill streams. It just depends. Wearing a bomb suit in the triple digits. You shouldn't have to suffer now. I do agree with that. I do think that you shouldn't have to suffer at all. I also believe you shouldn't have suffered then, though. Like, yeah, Chile has been, when I mentioned that folks are there's a lot of veterans in, like, actual veterans in Zomboid. Yeah, it's true. I'm not, though. I'm a civilian. But I understand how difficult that stuff is from, like, concept. It's insane. Crazy. But I wasn't there, so I don't know 100%. I wouldn't be presumptuous on that. So it's a tough life. And kudos to folks like, like Chili and Lamprey and being able to do that kind of stuff. Ribbit, by the way. Ribbit. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where you just kind of have to feel it out. Streaming is definitely, it's not something I would have expected. Like, I'd like to try to turn it into a profession at some point, but currently for me, it's not a profession, not yet. It will be maybe at some point this upcoming year, though. I'm going to put my all into it and really try. And if it works out, it works out great. If it doesn't, that's okay too. I have things that I can fall back on. Loving partner and years of experience in tons of different things. Like, I've worked customer service, I've worked in the food industry, I've worked, I've been a business owner, still technically am. Like, it's like, I got years of experience that I can fall back on, so if I feel like it's not working out. But at the end of the day, even if it doesn't work out, I'll still do it, because I love streaming as, like, something that I enjoy. And that's part of it. You need passion in your work. You need passion in the things that you do. Otherwise, you'll start to, it's not going to be something you enjoy, right? So you'll stop wanting to do it. It'll feel like you're trapped in whatever it is. It's not good. Not good to feel trapped. Don't feel trapped. Yeah. Because you can make the change in your world. You can do whatever you want. Within reason. So long as you are striving towards something. Yeah, Chili's amazing. Chili, like I said, Chili's doing a run right now where he's trying to max the skills, which is it's a feat. We're trying to max skills on this run as well, but it's still a feat regardless. On 1 times XP, it is tough. Alright, let's have a look. Because I should have a rake here. Right? Yeah, I might as well bring this back with me. I ran all the way here for the chance of a rake. It wasn't even a guarantee. And I knew that. I knew that coming over here. But, you know... I honestly would delete half of my current stuff, like a lot of my resources, for a rake right now. Like I would, no joke, delete if I could make the trade. Now obviously I can't, but if I could, I would make the trade, and I would lose half of my inventory, current inventory, to have a rake. That's hundreds of bits of metal. That's hundreds of crafted items. Like it's like it's not an like it's the equivalent of 5 outposts worth of resources. I just want to clean up the leaves. I just don't understand. There's leaves on the ground. I can't clean them up with my brooms. It's so not. It's not fair. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there is a way to clean them up. It's so sad. Like, I like them from an aesthetic standpoint, but I don't want them in my area. What if I dig the dirt on them? Do I have a spade on me? I have a spade nearby. I have to go back either way. I ran all the way here on a whim chance that there would be a rake here. Darn it. Why? Every unit's different. Oh, you should definitely, like I said, I think I told you yesterday that you should definitely follow Chili. And like I said, he has a button called No Shit, and you should definitely hit that button because you will hear some amazing stories. Yeah, shout out for Chili. There are some solid stories there. And at this point, I think I've heard them all, but like maybe not. But I get to hear them more than once, and I love hearing them. They're just at this point, Chili, you should just like do like what is it? You should just record your no shit stories and then just post them on your YouTube. This is just fact. They're just so good and so funny. For some of them. There's that one with the about the boss. It's not boss, but like the one guy that was supposed to that's being petty about the well, you should have recorded me. Why didn't you record me? It's like so many silly little stories like that. That is so good. Really great. I like that stuff. It's fun. It's fun to listen to. Yeah. Everybody's important. Everybody has purpose. Yeah, those videos would get like, if you were to do those VODs, I think I probably would just favorite the playlist and put it on every once in a while. One of those kinds of things they're it's just so cool. The life that people live and the walks that they've been on. It's crazy. Oh, my brain is doing that thing where it's like, it's the same feeling of, did you leave the oven on? It's the, did you check this location for that? Like, for example, right now I'm having that feeling like, well, but did you look over here in this tiny tuckaway? And I'm like, but I pulled all the stuff from this tuckaway over to the main thing. And I have internal monologue that's arguing back and forth. It's like, that's like, oh, but this, but not that. And then no, then this. And it's just, ah, brains. Why do brains work this way? Maybe it's just mine. My brain is weird. Constantly back and forth in my own brain. I can understand some of those letters and stuff, but not very good at it. Because I am not military. Although it was an idea that I might, I considered it briefly and then was like, nah, I'd never be able to really do that. I'm not the kind of person that does good under those kinds of situations. I'm just gonna throw that on the ground and the watches too. Why is my... Wasn't it just the rabbits? And the raccoon? I think so. It's just the rabbits and the raccoon. But that's the thing about Zomboid that will keep you alive the longest, is never losing that paranoia. You keep that, you will live forever. There we go. This. It's like this. Why am I tense? Why are we tense? Here. Is it because we woke up nightmare? No, we slept well. Why are we tense? I don't have an answer. I don't know why I'm tense. It couldn't be from the animals, could it? I don't know. That's weird. We're just tense for what feels like no reason. Maybe we did have a nightmare and I just didn't notice it because we were sleeping on a worse bed. So we ended up sleeping longer. So it countered, like, you know what I mean? Once we get back to Moldra, I will see if we can get rid of the leaves in any other way. Because I don't have a rake, so I don't think I can rake them. Brooms don't work, or at least the stick broom doesn't work. I don't have access to the other broom at the moment. I might check over in the garden shed nearby, though. See if they have a rake there. Because I could have sworn we had one. I'm pretty sure we had one of those leaf ones. Like the you know what I mean? The plastic ones? Did anybody else like those plastic rakes? They were green, weren't they? Like in the 90s? Or were they orange? I thought they were like a bright green. Maybe I'm just misremembering. I feel like at least the ones that I seen were like a vibrant green or like a lighter color, not orange. Hmm. Is that the same gray as the ground? How come I've never noticed that before? These casual cross-country runs are pretty fun. Well, cross knocks, kind of. That would be a cool idea for a speedrun category. No vehicle, on foot. You gotta cross the map from Irvington to the mall, the Grand Ohio Mall in Irving or in Louisville. So like you maybe a spawn in like the Irvington game store or something. And you gotta travel all the way across the map to that'd be a cool speedrun category. And then no vehicles. Take like 2 days, 2 3 days. Doing it on high pop. Be interesting. No, I did. Darn it, I left the... Oh well, whatever. I left 15 watches in the claw hammer head behind at the Spiffos. I'm not running back for it, not now. It wasn't the big reason why I went there in the first place. The big reason was to look for a rake. And right now, like, there's part of me that's like, go to McCoy Estates. I bet you there's a rake there. I bet there isn't. I bet there's no rake at McCoy Estates. It's probably a garden shed somewhere that I seen the rake. When we were doing our Echo Creek trek looking to the garden store. Maybe it's actually in the garden store is where I seen the rake. I don't even know if the rake lets me clean up the leaves. I just know that I've seen the leaves get cleaned up sometime. Somehow. I thought it was a broom, but that could be a mod too, right? I'm gonna try digging them up here in a second. And see if that works. Because it might be a mod that actually lets you do that. But I'm gonna try a shovel, I'm gonna try a few things. There's a pick up leaves mod, I think. Yeah, I'm not looking to add more mods though. Let's see. This could be lifestyles. I mean, that is true. It could be, and that's what I was thinking. Maybe it might have been the lifestyles mod that lets you do that, and I'm just SOL for now until they let us do it eventually, because they probably will. I mean, the leaves are cool and all, but at the end of the day, you're gonna want to be able to customize your base, and if there's leaves like in your base, like, but yeah, I'm gonna try a couple of things right now, like digging the dirt. I'm gonna try putting dirt over it. So I need the wooden spade and I need a sack. Okay, let's try shovel, take some dirt. How do I pour the dirt out again? Isn't that something that you could do, like on the ground? Oh, it's in the build menu, isn't it? Yeah, dirt floor, apply dirt. I don't know if I want to keep this dirt or not. So for now, I'm just going to... Is there a way I can do graph tiles? I suppose it doesn't matter. I'm gonna try sawing a couple of logs and building wood over it and see what happens. Uh, it does replace it. It's an odd way to replace things, though. Okay, so we'll start with that. Some food. Isn't the worst outcome that I can think of. Yes, you will. You'll find fallen leaves. You want to know where? I can tell you where you can teleport. You'll find them in lots of places, but you should find fallen leaves over here in the cabin area. There was fallen leaves here in the beginning. At least that's what I remember. I could be misremembering, but I would go there. Go to this cabin that is east of Dixie and have a look. You should find some fallen leaves there. Because the fallen leaves are not they're not seasonal. They're placed, I think. I think they're placed. I might be wrong on that. But as far as I remember. Let's see. So build. Oh, do I only have one nail in my inventory?
Ah, no. No. Don't like that. You can see them under the dirt. So you can dig the dirt up and then that removes them, and you can also build planks over them. So which would mean that you can put any tile over them and it'll be fine. It's just a little disappointing, that's all. It's mild disappointment. On the disappointment scale, it's a low number. It's not that disappointing. It's like it's okay. Oops. Rest in peace, steak knife. You can't even delete them with the brush tool, and yet well, you can delete them by pulling them up. So I guess it is a lifestyles mod that lets you take them. Like that's a little, yeah. You have to delete the grass to kill it. I'm sure that that's something that they'll add, because I can't be the only person that would see a pile of leaves in their base and be like, that kind of sucks, right? Now, in saying that, they're cool aesthetically. I like them. I think that it's a good tile ad. I think that's it's nice. But yeah, I don't want it in my base. I'm not interested in having all these leaves littered about. I'm actually going to dig up all of this sand as well and to put it into bags, and we'll... like some of this stuff. Yeah, that's not good for that, but... yeah, usually. A lot of the debris was like that in the initial, though, and I actually had to install mods a long time ago in a Z-Bay playthrough to get rid of a lot of the debris. There was one of the mods was remove debris, and now they've changed it so you can use the debris as resources, and I like that. I think the leaves should give you resources too. Like you could sweep them up and get dry leaves to start a fire or something, you know? That wouldn't be too bad. But that's yet another thing that is now Tinder related, right? We've already got splinters and twigs, and I try my best to get rid of them. And if I have a surplus that's too high, I try to make sure that I put it away, right? You'll notice that in my area, despite having as many things on the ground as I have, I'm not really laggy at all. It's because the way that I have things set up is organized in a way that each of the tiles is not encumbered for too much over 50. because that's when things start to become problematic, is when you start to have like thousands of items on one tile. If you spread it out, it's a little bit better. Now, in saying that, I also consolidate a lot of items. So, like, see, I've got backpacks that are filled with items. That's part of the thing as well, right? You don't want to have thousands of ripped sheets on the ground, because if you have thousands of ripped sheets on the ground, your game's gonna lag. That said, though, it takes a ridiculous number of that stuff in order to start lagging you. So the best way to sort of balance that is to, consolidate. Put things into duffels, put things into inventories, stuff like that. And even like with it like this, I still find it a bit cluttery. Imagine if I had the proximity inventory. Proximity inventory is overstimulating for me. I can't do it. I'd like to do it for the corpses and to collect watches and to collect jewelry and to get all those cool items that I miss. It would make things so much easier for that. However, when I'm in my base, it would drive me nuts. I wouldn't be like, I'd have to have a feature that turns it off while I'm in my base, which I know that it has that feature built in, but nah, it's just too much. Too much for me. Essentially, it's like I said, it's overstimulation. I can't do it. You never committed to using it? A few folks that use it for ease of access in the rat race, and the reason why, why it got passed initially, is because the case was brought forward that it reduces the amount of clicks that some folks have to make, which is good, because then like folks that have like problems with their hands can play. Whether it's like carpal tunnel or any other hand related, yeah, exactly. See, it's quality of life for some folks, and it eases those, and that's the thing, right? It's some of the mods are built for that. They're built to be inclusive, and I can choose to use them or not, right? They're all optional. The ones that are like preferred would be like the kill score mod. That's like the big one that's preferred, right? So that folks can see where you're at in your run. That said, though, it's no mod is mandatory. I think Claire's running a basically vanilla game. Last I checked. Yeah, I like that one as well. This one it's just nice to be able to see that. And it does the math for you if you don't want to do the math. Although if you watch me, a lot of the time when I'm talking about skills, I open up the skill menu and I hover over the skill and forget that this exists. Like, so this little one up here is most of the time for you guys. I use it too, but it's mostly a display purpose for Strem, not really for me. I'll watch it though occasionally, especially when we get close to leveling up something. It dopamine, right? Dopamine. I gotta put that back outside, but we gotta go and have a nap first. I can't believe that Abiotic is going to be released in, like, what is it? It's not long now. It's like only like a few hours. That's hype. Yeah. 7 hours. You said you're going to just load up the reactors and go, right? You're gonna do another playthrough after though, right? Right? You gotta... It's one of those things, right? We could load up the old save though and have a look at it, but maybe pre-release we'll do it, like an hour early or something. We'll go and have a look at the old save, so you guys can see what I've done and how far I got. But most folks will remember the old save because I was playing that fairly consistently. I only got when did we get abiotic factor? Because it was recent. I bought it on a summer sale. July 6th, so was when I purchased it. And I played it that day with Rhett. Rhett jumped in and I 100%ed it by July 19th. Cause yeah. Oh, you want to do Iron Man? Iron Man's fun. What style of Iron Man are you gonna play? Because there's a few ways you can do Iron Man challenges. I assume you're going to go for standard, like, try not to die kind of deal. Or just one life. So hardcore. Nice. I'd love to be able to do that, but Abiotic's kind of like Terraria in a way. It's like very, very easy to die really quickly to things that are not outside your control, but like I've gotten stuck in the wall a few times. Okay, so let's continue. I'll eat you later. Drop that there. Rest time. Oops. Mm-hmm. It's really counting as a tree. Yeah, I'm just gonna be lazy for a bit. Hello. What about lids? I think we can make lids, can't we? I can double check. But still, doing the preserving is pointless. So I would, like, I mean, eh. Hello, by the way. At least currently. Eventually we'll be able to do preserving though too. Because sugar beets exist, so that means sugar is going to be renewable. Vinegar probably is going to get renewable as well. So if they make those two things renewable, actually doing the preserving might actually have a value. I would consider doing it if both vinegar and sugar were renewable resources. That's the only reason why I argue that it's not worth it is because of that those resources are non, like they're like that. But even still, like sugar on its own is it's a non-perishable. So you're still trading a non-perishable for extending the life of produce. So it ends up being not good. But let me see if you can make jar lids. Yeah, you can. Requires metalworking 5. You make 5 jar lids out of 1 steel sheet. Oh, you want to make jam? Okay, that's different. Then yeah, okay. That jam wouldn't be a bad idea. Jam is nice. That is like one of the big uses that I could see that actually is a good point. This jam is like a happiness bonus. That's really good. No rubber to make the lids? No. They're just metal. Steel. You can steal the lids. I mean, technically, yes. Put these there. So easy to get distracted. Vinegar is from a plant? Eventually. It'll probably come at the same time as brew making, more than likely. So you'll be able to do things like hops into beers, and also do wines. But also think about it, you'll be able to do vinegars. It all is in the same kind of idea, at least I think. Because could you imagine making your own beers or your own like distilling your own whiskeys or for Molotovs? Imagine that. There you go. People who like fire, it would be awesome. As well as if you could, yeah, make other stuff. Like maybe alcoholic drinks that give you like little, I don't want to say buffs, because it essentially, alcohol already is a buff liquid in the game, kind of. I can find Liv's Crampton. How do you got it? Because of the advanced forges right there. Give me 1 second and I'll show you. It's in the forge, like in the advanced forge. See? So I need an advanced forge? I don't know. Let me check. Nope. It's accessible in the small forge too. Yeah, make it moonshine. But yeah, see, it's accessible here. It requires level 5 metalworking and a recipe. So clearly I have it's either because I've got the blacksmith trait, gave me the recipe. But if you find a lid, which shouldn't be too hard, you can get just any time you forage a jar, you could just dump the jar out because it'll be rotted food probably. And then you could just research the recipe of the lid. It only appears when you're close to the forge. Oh, yeah, you can also, so you can click on the forge or you can right click on the forge. And actually you can click this little button that says primitive forge as well. That'll open this menu. If you're finding that it's hard to left click on it. They tried to make it easier. They've been improving the hitboxes on stuff for a while. But if if you're finding that it's hard to click on something, there is a right click option as well. And yeah, I really do like the research stuff that they've been adding. And I love the fact that now if you have the magazine, you can actually make the object one level earlier than is required. 'Cause it's like your character's following the how-to. It's awesome. So if you have the magazine for like, let's say something that requires like level 7, you can make it at level 6 because your character has the magazine. It incentivizes getting those magazines as how-to magazines for the higher level stuff. Of course, I don't have the option for that because low loot, but it makes it optionable for folks that are playing and I like that. I like when things like that exist. It makes the experience better for folks because you feel like you're actually able to use those things, that the magazine's not once read and then done. Although it is once you get to the high levels, like once you're like maxed out, but you got to get there, right? So it gives you that sort of that middle step so that you can still kind of make things, but you have the middle step. You're a mechanic, so you need not really. I mean, you can if you want to. But if you started with the mechanics it gives you +2. Honestly, it would probably be better for you to take what's it called? There's a better argument to do electrician with amateur mechanic now instead of just doing mechanic. Or you could take another like, are you doing it for the short blunt? What are you doing it for? It doesn't have all the magazine stuff learnt, but it does have quite a lot of them. Mechanic's really good for short blunt, if I remember right. I might be misremembering, though. Does it have all the blacksmith magazines? I don't know, because I found some magazines as well, remember? So I'm not sure. I know it has a lot of them, though. It has a lot of the magazines. But I think that I am missing some still. So it doesn't have them all. I forgot to put down this. You always go mechanic? Due to the magazines being harder to get. You could also do blacksmith knowledge. Here, because there's always some stuff that you can do. If you like traveling and you like being a mechanic, you could try going amateur mechanic and doing some you could always just take blacksmith knowledge as a trait, right? You could take that. Higgins is a police officer that has blacksmith knowledge, I think, right? I took vehicle knowledge. And yeah, we did take blacksmith knowledge too. Blacksmith knowledge is good to make what stuff? It gives you a few of the blacksmith magazines to start, as well as metalworking XP, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it gives you 2 points in metalworking, which is huge. Like that's really, really big. But it also gives you some of the blacksmith magazines. I don't remember which ones, because I know that I've read a few of them as well. But these ones right here, right? See, and I'm missing the middle one. I'm also missing the armor. And there's a lot of them that I'm missing, though. Medieval metalworking. I'm missing one of the medieval armories. Outdoor apocalypse. I'm missing almost all of the cheapskate stuff. First weapons. I'm missing. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I don't have. But they've been adding in quite a lot more recipes over time in magazines. How do you all see all of them? That's a sandbox option. So when you're I'd have to look at it. Like, or actually, wait, is it? No, it's not. But it's in the sandbox options under it might be under traits or something. I can't remember. But there's one that says show recipes or show all magazines or something like that. And that one's enabled. So when you're making your sandbox at the beginning. Now, yeah, all you do is check it. It's same as the mini map option, right? That one, it's in the sandbox options. There's a mod called Sandbox Options that lets you change sandbox settings while you're playing, kind of, but it can be kind of buggy sometimes. That's why usually you'll enable it once to change something and then you'll disable it afterwards. Yeah, show all unknown recipes. There you go. But yeah, it's useful especially right now, because we don't know all the recipes, we don't know all the books, we want to know what's available, right? And also for completionist purposes, a lot of people like to know that stuff. It's also very helpful to, when explaining something, to be able to point at that. Um, oh. It felt like cheating? What do you mean? Making a sky bridge from point A to point B? I mean, it's fine. There's no physics that cause things to fall, at least as far as I'm aware, currently. They may apply that in the future, though. I don't know. Maybe. But it doesn't matter. If, you know, I could see some folks really enjoying playing a sky playthrough. Like, where you can, like, go from house to house across, right? And that you can't really go outside. That wouldn't be a bad playthrough idea. Be kind of neat in its own way. To see all the magazines. All right, I will look for it for you really quick, okay? And have you a help. I'll help you. Give me 2 seconds. Solo, custom sandbox. Doesn't matter. It'll be under character. Right there. See not known recipes. Under character. So there you go. If true, you will be able to see any recipes that can be done with a station, even if you haven't learnt them. And then for... So that's for recipes. And then you're looking for the books too, right? Is that not the same? You think it's on meta? Where? If a piece of media hasn't been fully seen or read, this setting determines whether it displayed is question mark, hidden, or hidden completely. The default is hidden completely. Is it this? Media list meta knowledge? I don't remember. Because I didn't set every setting in the rat race, remember? I'm one of the folks that just copied the settings folder and brought it over. So, but that said, I the rat race here. Actually, let's look. Or is it this one? Yeah, it is. Look, see? Fully revealed meta list knowledge there. Yeah. As well as for the character data, I bet it's also checked here. Where is it? Yep, see all not known recipes right there. Yeah. These are the rat race settings. If you're interested in them, I did a little thing here. If you want, if you don't want to download the file, which is on the rat race Discord, all you have to do is pick the rat racer role, and then you can see the settings file. So you can copy it that way, or if you want to do it manually, there you go. It's there. I am tempted to run a really quick rat race start and see if I can get out. Because whenever you get tempted with that and you've done time 16 for a long time, it's one of those things that the start is one of the most fun parts of a time 16 game. It's just so fun getting out of the area and surviving and, you know, clawing that place in the world. Once you're established, it's fun too, but it's like, I don't know. It's just different types of fun, right? Okay. I am going to relaunch the game now, though, because I might as well do a restart, is what my brain said. Okay. While it's loading, I will be right back. I'm going to refill my tea and stuff. Okay, let's get back in there. It kind of defeats the purpose. I mean, it depends. How does it defeat the purpose? It doesn't get rid of the zombies that are inside the POI. You still have to kill those, right? Or was it a POI that's like special on the top? It'd be cool to do like a travel from one area across on a sky bridge over to like one of the skyscrapers and then fight your way down. That would be pretty cool. Although people have done that with there's the skyscraper start, right? Where you can start in a skyscraper and then fight your way down like that. Quite a few folks really enjoy that one. I've never done that one though. Would be neat. It's their fun. Way of fun. I mean, yeah. Everybody has their own sort of style that they go for and they enjoy, right? There's no wrong way to play Zomboid. At least not that I can see. And that goes for the folks that go for like death percent chance as well. There are folks that do that, that speedrun trying to like collect bleach and stuff. Like that's fine. It's fine to play that way if they like it. Nothing wrong with that. It's a little odd in my opinion to play that way, but I mean, that's because it's not my preferred playstyle, right? I don't see myself doing something like that. But once again, like it's not my playstyle. So long as they're having fun, kudos. I've done some pretty up top kind of places before, but I'm nervous about heights in this game. I'm pretty sure the lemongrass is dead now, but I'm gonna go double check it. Because I neglected it for too long. Oh, I also neglected you, didn't I? You're harvestable! Thank you for holding on just long enough for me to harvest you. I can't believe this. Look at this. And a brick house? I can understand. There is some appeal in that. Okay, you put these on the ground for a moment. Oh. No, dude. Rude. He's smashing on my stuff. Okay. Why are there zombies coming out now? I've shouted in this area plenty. It's rude. They're just coming to bother me because my crops are doing okay. That's why. You can't wait for Build 42 multiplayer? That's understandable. Lots of us are waiting for it and excited. Can't agree. It will be hype. And I'll play on the multiplayer servers. I know a handful of my friends that are going to get into the multiplayer servers big time. They've been talking about it. They've been like that they're going to start up a server, and which will be neat to be able to hang out, and whether it's whether they're doing like a hardcore super tough playthrough or they're just doing a casual thing, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to be happy to play no matter what. Doesn't matter to me. I like playing. It's because multiplayer, it's not really about the mode. It's about who you're with. You could be playing the most boring thing as ever. Not saying that PZ's gonna fall in that category, because it's not. It's gonna be great, but you could like it's multiplayer is about who you're with, not about the game so much. No more grass IRL. I think there's a Steam game that you can touch grass in. It's like called Touch Grass or something. Exactly. It's who you're with. They make it the most fun. There we go. Put this in there. I taught Emma the magic of beverages yesterday, and Emma liked it. Emma was like, "Wow, beverages are great." The in PZ. They're magic if you don't realize, and I love it. I hope they stay exactly as they are. You imagine yeah, you could be what you want to be. Like, for example, for me, I like being the person in the base that does all the food. I like being the person that's sorting out the inventories and doing the crafting. I like that stuff. It makes me happy. Because I enjoy setting us up for success. And although I do like being on the front line as well, I don't mind being a confident infantry that can help and assist, and you know, I'm I'd like to also make sure that our needs are met first. So that's always a thing, right? Okay, I need to make more nails. What do you need to do to make nails? Wire. I don't want to use wire though. There's something else I can use? Iron chunks, iron pieces. Iron pieces. Does that mean buckles? I need to see this. I need a buckle. Give me a buckle. Like a bar and a barber shop and all those kinds of things. That'd be kind of cool. I remember watching roleplay on Undead Baron's server, and that was cool to watch. I enjoyed that. With the bar, he had so much alcohol, like so much alcohol, the most alcohol that you could ever have. It was just ridiculous. Okay, I don't think you can. I could have sworn you could saw these down, but like I always forget how to do it. It doesn't matter. I can just. Okay. Oh, forged spoons. Why you gotta be ruined? And hand forks are an iron crucible recipe. One second though, because it says iron chunks, right? Can I make iron chunks out of... Requires an iron bloom. Because the nails require... iron scrap or chunks and a heading tool. One second though, this doesn't make sense. Or iron pieces to make two. So I have iron bars there. Can we make chunks out of bars? We can make nails, right? Yeah, we can, but and the resources are infinite, but not infinite, if that makes sense. So the reason why the resources are infinite are because once you get certain recipes, you're able to directly convert your metals into other. Sorry, I'm looking through a bunch of crafting recipes at the same time as trying to explain that essentially there are ways to get infinite metal. The zombies they drop the metal on their like on different items that are on their person, and fishing, you can fish up the fishing nets and that gets you wire. So, but in order to do the wire recipe, you need a what is it? It's the fishing net. See broken fishing net. You need a recipe for it. Dismantle fishing net, which I do not have currently. Um, the recipe's auto learned at fishing level 7, which I almost am. I should go do more fishing just to finish that off so that I can keep for right now fishing level 5. It's gonna be a while. But yeah, you can convert these that way. You come for sleeping? Okay, enjoy your sleep. Lurk, indeed. I think Rhett was playing with a AI companion at one point in PZ, just recently. It was like some kind of mod, NPC mod of some kind. Am I doing a mansion? I'm just putting my layout for my floor down gradually and getting some carpentry XP. I need to pick up all this sand first before I do this area, but I'm gonna basically I want to coat this entire section with planks, and then I may decide to do different flooring and redesign this whole thing later, but for now I'm just content with putting planks down. Thanks for the show. All right, see you again, Seth. Hopefully you have a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm gonna shout out Yunsef because if you guys like, Yunsef is a French streamer, has done Zomboid, but does a lot of survival crafting games. So you guys should, if you want to see somebody who's very skilled at games, you know, is good. The good times over there. Plus, he's also doing Rat Race as well, if I recall correctly. So you get to see another perspective on the Rat Race. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. can you make a pool? I mean, I don't think so at the moment. You can in debug, but not in the base game from what I understand at the moment. There's no like build menu or anything. Like sorry, there is a build menu, but it doesn't include stuff like that. Is what I'm trying to mean. Like there's no water in here. It'd be cool to be able to make a pool though. Even if it's just to wash in and that there's no fish. Does Build 42 have multiplayer? Technically no, but you can play co-op with it's split screen co-op with your friend. You can't travel too far away from the host, but I mean it's the closest we've got right now. It's through Steam, the Steam Coop function. So you can play with one friend if you want. But that said, no, there is no actual multiplayer in Build 42 yet. Not for a while. I'm not expecting it to happen until like next year or the year after. You know, 2027. It's just that's the idea that I have anyways. Maybe it will be faster than Build 41, maybe, but there's a lot that they're working on. And who knows? Maybe the next update they'll surprise us and it'll be like a absolutely polished gem. Who knows? That said, it's still in the works. They're working on a lot of things, and their team is very busy. So we just need to be patient, give them constructive criticism where we can. Don't like whine and crying about features. Like, I mean, it's just, it'll come when it comes. Okay, let's see. So currently I am making burlap sacks. Oh, because I moved I was like, where's the what? I have so much thread. When is GTA 6? I have no idea. Eventually, though. Rockstar's probably working on their aggressive monetization strategies on how to implement sharp cards in an aggressive way in GTA 6. I hope Rockstar, you know, stops being that way. It shouldn't be take dirt, it should be take sand. Oh, that's not sand, that's dirt? Oh, that's heartbreaking. This totally looks like sand to me. So fun fact, some of these tiles that are sand are not actually sand, they're dirt. They're pretend sand. Like this one. Look at this. This is a dirt tile. That's a dirt tile. It's not a sand tile. No, that one's all sand. No, it's a dirt tile. This is a dirt tile. I know, it's hard to believe, but trust me, it's a dirt tile. It's just an awkwardly colored dirt tile, that's all. You know. Is sand. No, it's dirt. Look, see? Dirt. Take dirt. Watch, see? If I try and use the take sand command on it, it's red. Right? Can't take sand. It's not sand. It's dirt. Zomboid, you're so silly sometimes. You're so silly. That's dirt. No, my inventory's full. Never mind. Okay, I need more burlap sacks. We can make windows? Yes, we can. If I remember correctly, that is right here. Pan window glass. And you can also make some other glasses too for decorative purposes. That said though, yes, right here. See? Glass making. So we can repair windows. I don't know how it works because I've never done it, at least not without mods, but the vanilla form of the game does have it. It's there. And it's clearly being worked on. I hope that they're going to make it so that we can make greenhouses with it. That's the big thing that I care about. Is because then greenhouses open the door for better agriculture and is just better overall. Okay, so I made 7 more sacks. So this is sand, but this is not. But this is sand. That is sand. So all these spots that you're seeing me just leave, they're not sand, they're dirt. They're just meant to look like sand so that they essentially in the build tool they're diagonals and stuff. They're neat to work with. I made the Riverside Graveyard. I did a custom sort of pathing for it that included stuff like this, that had little tiny edges and stuff. It was cool. Those little details are huge, but they aren't sand. They're dirt. Yeah, right now we're digging up the sand and there's dirt underneath. Oh, I'm full seven more bags. Nice. Okay. So that might be sand though. Do I have any burlap? I need a little bit more. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's... Is it... This one looks like it's sand. Yeah, I was right. This is sand. Can I smash that with a maul? Am I going to make glass? Some, yes, but not right now. That's the reason why I'm pulling up the sand in the first place, is because I plan to pave over it, so I don't want it in my way. Ribbit. But eventually I will make glass. It will be a thing, yes. Where's the mall? You're a stone axe. No, I guess I must have broke it. Let's go grab some of those flat stones that I seen. Mall? No, doesn't let me destroy with the mall. I don't want to have to run all the way back to the Spiffos for the sledge. Maybe I can make a sledge here. Let's see. Are you using a font? No. That's an accessibility option with Build 42. Right here. Enable dyslexic font. That's part of it's vanilla Build 42. As well as the colorblind patterns for the minimap and the light sensitivity mode to turn off lightning during thunderstorms. So if you're a little bit... Yeah, so this is part of Build 42 vanilla. So... Um... I need 12 units of steel. For cinema experience. Are these steel? Okay, so I made 3 steel bars. How much does that give me? It doesn't tell me how many units that is. See, this is part of something that's a little bit annoying. I don't know how many units that is. 1 steel bar. How many units? I have to figure it out. A steel bar is 4 units. So all 3, I need to smelt all 3. Okay. Okay. There, now that's 12 units in there. The reason why that matters is I need to make an ingot cast now. So we need a ceramic ingot mold. Means I need to ingot mold, which requires
You're
the wooden ingot
amazing.
cast, which means I need one that's made out of wood first. Okay, we're gonna go to bed after I eat some lettuce. You feel like they did it. Well, oh, the word dyslexic? I mean, kind of, I guess. I don't know. I am not sure. That's one that you'd have to check the etymology of. Maybe? Although that happens often in those kinds of scenarios. It's like the word for the phobia for long words is like really long. Phobia for anagram is an anagram. Hello. Well, thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. I'm having a good day. I'm making some
You're
progress
amazing.
in the rat race. Thank you very much for the follows. I do anonymous follows, so if folks want to lurk, then they can enjoy their lurk. Yes. You like my frog hat? That's appreciated. But yes, hopefully you had a fun stream.
You're amazing.
Nifty. Oh, and Elm's gifting subs. Thanks, Elm. What's it called? My brain is on the fritz at the moment. But it's nice to meet you. Do my little intro thing, and I'm curious. Do you like Zomboid? Must. Yeah. You always want to try Zomboid? It looks fun, but you heard they buffed the zombies? Nah, they didn't buff the zombies.
You're amazing.
They only buff the zombies if you want them to have buffed the zombies. Like you can, it's a sandbox game. You choose your own adventure. So if you want the zombies to be buff, then they can be buff. If you want the zombies to be weak, then they can be weak. Or, you know, you could just do it in the middle. Yeah, it's a very relaxing thing. Yep, absolutely. Enjoy your lurk, and I do very much appreciate the raid. I'll have to see what you're up to at some point. Haven't played yet, but you've considered it. Definitely should play Zomboid. It's a fun game. I'm currently playing Build 42, but the Build 42 is the new release, sort of unstable build. Build 41 is the stable build currently. But just enjoy your lurk. But jealous. I am looking forward to some stoof. Let's see. So what was I up to? I'm trying to like set my foundation for the area a little bit so that I can kind of decide how I want to organize things. I think I can make well, I don't want to use the wire right now. I need to make an ingot cast so that I can make an ingot cast so I can make an ingot cast, which sounds funnier than it is. But essentially, I have to make a wooden ingot cast in order to be able to make a ceramic ingot cast, which will allow me to make an actual ingot. It's a bit of a thing. Right. So let's see. I need to make a cast for the cast so that I can cast the other thing. Yeah. Many casts. Okay, now I can make one of these. Place you there. Okay, we fire that, which gives us the ceramic ingot mold, which can go here. And then we can cast the steel ingot. It's going to break the ceramic mold, which this mold is now useless to me. There we go. But yeah. Okay, so how do I pierce this? Four wood coal, and we need the club hammer over here. Or wait, do we just need any hammer? Ball peen doesn't work, does it? No, only the club hammer. Okay. It's funny because the ball peen hammer is a hammer that is literally for blacksmithing. Yet it doesn't work. I have to use an unwieldy club hammer in order to do this. Which is strange, but I mean, maybe it needs the extra force? I don't know. I should have a club hammer here. Here. It's funny to me that the wood one's not disposable, but that the ceramic one is. It makes some sense, because the ceramic one is it's made of clay, and the wood one is just pushing the clay into the shape of the ceramic one, right? And then you fire it. But perhaps I shouldn't say anything. Let's see. So now what we need is charcoal, right? Yep. Which I have lots of, so I'm not really that worried. Can make a pierced ingot, which will then allow me to make a... The whole point is to be able to make a sledge. It requires level 8. Oops. Well, I mean, it's there. We can make it now. When is the Build 42 stable release? Probably next year, December. I don't know. They don't tell us because they don't want to do release dates. That's standard for Indie Stone. Because you know, if you put a time, then people are going to expect it to be done, and well, they want time to work on it. So they've never done release dates, and they never will. I don't think it's going to be as long as 2035 or anything like that, you know? I think it'll be eventually. We just need to be patient. People don't have patience nowadays. Everybody wants instant gratification. Everything's got to be done instantly or else they lose their minds. It's silly. Be patient. That's all it takes. A little bit of patience goes a long way. That's not to state that I don't like instant gratification, because I do. I really like when things happen right away. That said, though, I understand that some things that are really great take time. It's important. Okay, so I have you. Put you there. They could have, but the thing is, it's unfinished, and the devs still want to work on it. They could have easily just clapped their hands and said, it's done, and then moved on to another project, but they actually have passion for the game, and they really want to work on it. They love this game, probably more than even we do. That's why they keep working on it. Right? And that's saying a lot, because, I really do like this game, like an awful lot, to put the amount of time into it, and to really appreciate different aspects of it, and try so many different playthroughs, and, I feel like it's kind of the difference between... Yeah, it's tough. The... How close am I to the next... 2 levels away. So quite some time. Ah, I'm so annoyed. Give me half the lettuce. Put it in my bag. Access. Okay, remove your pants, Higgins. And remove the hat. Okay, let's go. Oh, this game well has worth way more than even the AAA prices right now. Think about games that have come out and they've had that big old $80 price tag or whatever. This game's got way more than those. This game I got on sale at one point. It was attached to other games if I remember right. I got it in a bundle. Years ago. Like many years ago. Back when there was no cars in the game. I am not one of the people that have been playing this game since the alpha or anything like that, although I have seen the footage and I've seen what the game looked like back then. It's cool. I've never played the old version by myself, but I did do the old version of Wave Accumulator back when age was displayed on your character card here, as well as I did play at a point where all of the zombies looked identical. So I'm an old Zomboid player, but not like the oldest or anything like that. That said, though, like I did get it for really cheap, but this game has been well over worth it. And comparatively to some games that, you know, are not worth. Did they actually put it up to $60 as a joke? The devs are funny. I would have paid $60 for this game. Think about it. How much is The Sims? What is it? $1,200 is The Sims for all of its DLC content and everything, right? Yeah, The Sims is free now, but I mean, all of the DLC content and everything in The Sims? Wasn't it like 12 grand? Or no, not 12 grand. It was 1.2, wasn't it? It was easily over $1,000. I remember it being real, like, and the weirdest part is, and this happens a lot, by the way, have you guys ever noticed that the price in euros and the price in dollars is the same? Even though euros are worth more, like, it's like strange little thing there. Why are the prices the same? Like the number's the same, but the currency value is not. So Europeans getting ripped off. Not really in the long term, because you end up, it depends on how much time you invest into the game, right? And how much enjoyment you get. There is a large amount of that exists in the game as well. So most games end up being well worth more than their value, right? Than what they're paid for. It was 13. Geez, that's crazy. But yeah, definitely PZ is one of those games that you can really enjoy. And it's not expensive. And it doesn't need to be. Because you write your own story and you get to sort of make your own goals and decide what you want to do with your world. You know, or you could take up a challenge run that somebody has created. Oh yeah, and the PZ map is huge, and it's gotten even bigger. So the PZ map used to be, this used to be the PZ map right here, by the way. It used to be about this big, right? Mind you, this little blip on the map is me, right? It used to be this big, right? So it used to be encompass about that much, kind of, right? Now, not only do you include the fact that they've expanded the map significantly, just that they've done themselves, right, with Brandenburg, Irvington, Ekron, and a bunch of the other things. I've done this a few times, and I'll do it like this so that people who like having the map in an angle like this can enjoy it as well. This is the biggest symbol that I can create, right? This triangle here. It's one of the biggest symbols that I can make at the max size, right? And it's easily, my little pixel person is it's kind of small compared to that triangle, right? So if we can see the triangle there, right? If we go to the edge of the map, and I've done this a couple of times, but that, like I said, that's the biggest symbol that I can create on the map. Look how far it goes. This is all empty space that could be map created content from modders. It could be, you know, expanded Kentucky, or maybe they'll do the next state over. I don't know. But look at all this. And it just keeps going and going and going and going. And there's the end. That's how big the map is now. This is right now, this is just like light forest vegetation and zombies. That's all that's out here. There's nothing out here aside from that. So it's light forest vegetation and zombies. However, yes, there's so much potential because of how far it goes. And that's me sliding the, like, look at this. Like, see, that's the big lake, right? This is the big lake, and it's like 2 full screens till I can get to the edge of zoomed out like this. It's ludicrous. And that's the same for going this way. See? Same thing. And same for going vertically, if I want to go vertically. Right? Takes forever. There we go. Oh, yeah, there's so much. But map is infinite like Minecraft? Not yet. Currently, if you were to keep going and go to the edge, you'll bump into the edge. But it's huge right now. It's gargantuan. Compared to the Build 41 map, this map is like insane. Yes, they took away our map edge zombies, which there was 4 million of, but now there is so many more zombies out there if you really wanted to go out and look on those edges. It's just they're spread out way more. So, like, and if you were to go to every single tile, there would be like a handful of zombies in each one, but it's like enormous. So full map clear right now is like, you could do the major towns, but a proper full map clear is almost impossible at the moment. It would take so long in reality. Now, in saying that, a map clear on build 41, now that's doable, especially if you do Apocalypse with no respawn. That's doable. You could totally clear the whole map. It's like a few 100,000. It's not too bad, right? Even times 16, Lamprey was close. Lamprey got to 954,000. Which, out of the 4 million, that's nearly 25%. Maybe a little bit less, but... it's crazy when you think about it. Yeah, they're not there yet though. Yeah, you said that. They'll get there. It's on their roadmap. It's like, I mean, same for doing the and having the, like, there's so much space for modders to go nuts on their map, like map mods if they really want. So much space and so much potential. You could do Zomboid World. Like, you could make the world. Piece by piece, bit by bit. Zomboid World. I'm not sure. I've not gone to those edges myself, so I don't know. I just know that I have ported out to the far edges of the map, so I do know what happens when you reach the edge. It's the same as the old way, where you bump into the wall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could turn this game into a survival game if you want. That's the big beauty of PZ. Is you can have a survival game. You don't have to have the zombies if you don't want to. Hello. Ski free. I played ski free the other day. Ski free. Hello, my shell frogs and my Spiffo. I came to get my my sledgehammer because I didn't want to have to make one because I can't make one right now. It's too much work. I think I'll bring my copper teapot and these pans with me. Yeah, I think that's fine. Just so that I can have something cool to decorate my table with, because we haven't really done very much. Well, I mean, we've done a little decorating, but not very much. I'm gonna do a little bit more. Maybe start turning Smokies into a real base. Maybe I'll even sledge down that one wall so that I have a bigger bedroom. So that I finally stop panicking while I'm sleeping. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll still think about it. Good old ski free. Oh wow, a zombie. I don't know why I'm always so surprised to see them. It's like, you know, there's part of me that just forgets they're in the game. It's like I'm playing a different game sometimes. It's just like, oh. I don't know. It's just, just weird. Imagine if it was C++. Yeah. Yeah. And then you see why PZ's so janky. The devs do the best they can. That's, you know. Welcome to my sickle. Well, I'm using short blades, or no, long blades. Long blades right now. Short swords. Not a sickle. Looks like a sickle, not a sickle. Although I will probably use sickles and flint saws here eventually as my axes. Or maybe I'll make some other stuff. This short sword is a long blade? Yeah. It's a one-handed long blade. Morning. I'm super excited. Abiotic Factor is releasing here soon. As well as I'm getting some progress done in the rat race. So currently I'm working on carpentry stuff. So I'm like laying down the foundation of a little area. And I'm going to start making some boxes soon. Better organization of my loot. And then, once I have a better organization of my loot, hopefully we will level electrical to the point where I can actually have a generator and we can have power. Like, you know, I've been kind of being lazy on it and ignoring it for like the longest time because I don't need it. It's a luxury, but it'd be nice to have power again. That'd be kind of cool, you know, electricity, being able to heat my meals on a whim instead of having to start a fire every time. And watching Higgins break branch after branch after branch. One day I'll have it. One day we'll have power. As for driving a car, I will drive cars, but it's going to be very slowly, and you guys are going to be, like, really thinking I have, like, it's just that I know that the vehicle engine loudness is really bad. Like, really, really bad, to the point where I could probably pull most of the map to Muldra if I am not careful. And I'd rather not do that. Because I'd rather take the map bit by bit and then pull all the map when I'm done to get the stragglers, as opposed to yoinking the whole thing at once. Although I am confident in my capability of dealing with that situation, I'd rather not. It's an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Or any animals, there's a chance they would still be alive. There's a handful of locations I can go to look for cows and stuff. I have a bunny farm, though, as well as I have some raccoons, and I have some bunnies in with the raccoons to keep them company. It's hilarious if you really want to think about it, because my raccoon area is it's in a Spiffo's bathroom. So it's just, it sort of fits, doesn't it? It's in a Spiffo's. It makes sense. How does Spiffo make their wonderful burgers? You're just curious about how the mechanics of how it works? So the way that animals, it'll roll based on my time in the game, but it'll also roll a few other things. So if the animal happens to have food and water in its trough, it may actually save the animal before it dies instantly. Some of the animals will just be dead. That's just how it is. But some of the animals will survive, and then there will also be some cases where if it's a road event, that there's a fresh animal in there that's just been created into the world. So that's another way to do it, is via road events. And there's enough space on roads to find at least one or two, usually. Or
You're
more,
amazing.
depending. That said, I can catch my own animals as well. So like, and then also there's the animals that roam wild, kind of like the wild-ish animals. There's a handful of those as well. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I do very much appreciate it. I do anonymous follows so the lurkers can enjoy their lurk and they don't have to feel called out. If folks want to be called out, there's channel point redeems, a chat right there. And if this is a VOD, well, you can always throw a comment or join the Discord and wave at me there. But, you know, I prefer to, you know, if folks want to lurk, they can lurk. There's no pressure to interact with me if you don't want to. Can just enjoy the playthrough. So this sledge is not going to last too long. It's like a half condition. Oh no, that's the handle. Oh, that's awesome then. I don't know all of the mechanics surrounding the animals, but I know some of them. There's also some glitches with the animals at the moment, and I'm trying my very best to avoid those sorts of things, because that's part of the rules of the rat race. So the challenge that I'm currently doing is the rat race, or the Great Spiffo rat race, which is it's a challenge mode that has rules as well as settings. So like it's settings, rules, and sort of it's like it's got goals. So like it's the rat race. The goals are to reach 1 million zombie kills, to have a perfect character, and to secure 13 points of interest around the map. There's a little leaderboard. To be on the leaderboard, you got to follow the rules, and that's all. That said, though, you can bring whatever type of character you want into the race, and you can choose your spawn, and like there's some looseness in that. But that said, though, it does depend. The rat race is meant to be a difficult challenge, and it is pretty tough. But it is there. Can you add no spawn mods? There's a list of the mods that are allowed, and if it's not on the list and it's not been mentioned, you can always ask. And then what happens is it gets brought to consensus, and we decide together if it's something that we would want added to the rat race. And then it's always optional for mods. So if folks don't want to add the mod, they don't have to. So you have to run all the way to LV? Yeah. From West Point's the easiest way. Spawn in West Point, run to LV from there. It's times 16 though, so you're gonna want to be careful. Run to Louisville. Die, repeat. I mean, you can if you want to. There's nothing that says that you can't just keep retrying. It's a visual jog? I don't know. I don't think I have that one. But I might. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I don't. I keep my mod list really light usually. Just because I don't like to have too many mods that have to like update and could break my game, right? Because that does happen from time to time. I mean, they try not to, because, but it does happen occasionally. So, my own way to avoid is to just not participate. How many mods do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 mods total. I used to have 10. But I removed daily skill journal because the way they were saving the data was on your player file. So because it was being saved to the player file, it was bloating the file. And when you start getting into the 2-year, 3-year range, it starts causing issues. So I think Twist said that the mod creator was gonna look into it and maybe fix it. I don't know if they ended up fixing it, but still, it you know. There we go. But I took that one off before it started becoming a problem. You have a lot of mods that add clothing and high heels, which is nice. A lot of those kinds of mods are declined in the rat race because they add extra insulation a lot of the time. And so, like, for example, the furry mod is not allowed. Although I have nothing against that mod, it's just it adds extra insulation, which kind of defeats some of the early game clothes finding, you know? There's quite a few folks that catch colds in the beginning and stuff as a like even my character caught 2 colds in the beginning. The furry mod gives you insulation because you're a furry. I guess they just have extra insulation because it's a full suit, right? And I've worn a mascot costume before. I know exactly how hot those things can get. It is really, really, really hot. Absurdly overheated. You had to take breaks. Well, yeah, because the way that a lot of the time those materials, they some of them breathe well, but some of them don't, and some of them their dark colors absorb sunlight. So if you're like outside a bunch, it'll heat up inside, and it's not good. You should stay hydrated as well. Make sure you're not overheating. No noodles is nice. All right, so oh, the big reason why I went there in the first place was to get the sledgehammer so that I could. Where is my sledge? It's on here. Smash this rock. Destroy. Oh, I didn't realize that's where the tile was. So was I clicking on the wrong tile the whole time? I think I was. Oops. Let's grab the pickaxe. Am I missing something? This should be removable somehow. Because it's a stump. Okay, not with a pickaxe. Let's try regular axe and sledge. I don't care what it is, I want something to break that with. Is there another stump around here somewhere? The other kind. Where's the other kind of stump? There's gotta be one. I don't see the other kind of stump. That sucks. I can't. The mall won't let me break it either. He went deaf. You can't hear the squelching when they die? That's fair. That trait's pretty good, though. This won't do anything. What do you mean there's no literal death? There is one version of literal death that you can do. Because, yes, the in-game audio is, but if you want to do the absolute literal death experience, you can do, open up your volume mixer and mute Zomboid. If you want to go that deep. You just turn off the sound to your monitor. It's good that it doesn't go that deep unless you want it to. Because I know a lot of folks that would probably, you know, it makes death more of an appealing trait if it's not, like you can still kind of hear the helicopter and stuff like that. And I know that that's not true to the trait or the condition, but at the same time, it is a video game, so it doesn't need to be. I wish I could get rid of this. This is bothering me. Why is this able to still be here? So we tried pickaxe, we tried maul, we tried axe, we tried sledge. I can't remove this at all. It doesn't let me. And I swear I could remove it before, and I don't know how. But all of the best methods to remove it are, I've tried them. I could be mistaken, though. Maybe I should retry them all. Yeah, I could be mistaken. Let's try. Yeah, that's true. And how would you simulate that kind of stuff in a Project Zomboid environment? You would have to have like some kind of radial that is around your character that like lit up, essentially. Would light up to show you the vibrations. Can I dig or furrow to remove it? I thought about that, and it seems like it's not going to work, but I'll try. No, I didn't do it. Usually, if you grab like the core, like the core of these items here are the best for removing these kinds of things. So maul, sledgehammer. I'll grab the club hammer as well. Because I have a club hammer. Right here. And then we'll grab the maul. These are all things that are able to destroy normally. So maul, stone, I don't have a wood cutting axe though. That's the only thing. I have the large axe, which is of equivalence. At least I think it is. But what if it's not? What if it requires the wood cutting axe? Where did the maul go? This it? There it is, stone maul. Okay, let's try again. I'll try building a wood floor over it here in a second. But let's see. It should just say remove stump. I swear the remove stump option was there. Can we make glass flooring? You can make tile flooring, but not glass flooring. Tile flooring is in the build menu here, and then you can type floor, and it's here. You can do a metal floor. But yeah, it's 4 ceramic tiles. Yeah, no, this is part of pottery. Making tiles is part of pottery. Yeah, none of these work, so I'm just gonna put them down on the ground for now. We can make fancy tiles. I mean, I don't know if they're fancy. They're the ones that are, if I remember correctly, do you remember outside of Riverside, like those tiles, the outdoor tiles, those ones? I think that those are what these tiles are. The 4-piece outdoors tile. But I don't know for sure because I haven't made them. So, you know, your results may vary. You said pour dirt over it, right? Let's try pouring dirt over it. Or, if dirt doesn't work, I'll try pouring sand over it. How do I pour dirt again? Oh yeah, because you need to do it in the build menu now. No. Pouring dirt doesn't work, so pouring sand won't work either. Can't think of any other ways. Put a campfire over it? That's a good idea. I'll try that. Why am I building using the menu? Because you have to. A lot of the right-click options have been removed. It's a fire with bunny ears. Easter fire. They changed it because they hate us? No, they changed it because they're consolidating everything to the build menu. I still believe what they should do is they should push these buttons up, combine the build menu and the crafting menu into one menu, and then let there be a tab to switch between them. And also, this is one that a lot of people will appreciate. In the build menu, when you click on these things, in the crafting menu, you can do this, and if I click on this, it tells me all the alternative knives and stuff that I can use for it, right? And same for this for hammers. Why is that not a feature in the build menu? Right? There should be a feature in the build menu that if I want to, like, I should be able to click on the long sticks, and it should tell me that saplings can also be utilized. Stuff like that, right? Let me see all of the information that the crafting menu has in the build menu. They're basically the same menu, right? But not the same menu. So I feel like these two menus should be consolidated into one, but have a tab where you switch between building and crafting. That way, you don't actually need to put another hotkey. You just press B for both. And B would be both crafting and building. Of course, that's all quality of life stuff, and that's up to the devs to decide if that's what they want. They might not want that because they might have a better alternative method to do it. And remember, I'm not a game developer, so I don't know what's right. I can only know what's like what makes sense for me. So yeah, crafting a campfire was a good idea, but it didn't work. I don't think I can remove that. I think it's trapped there forever. Yeah, the crafting menu is definitely better than it was, but there is, there's room for improvement. We can get better. And then, so on and so forth. Okay, I did the thing that I wanted to do, which was smash that rock at least. There's a part of me that is disappointed that I can't smash that stump. That it stays there forever and that there's nothing that I can do to remove that debris aside from get a mod to fix it, which is, it sucks. But, maybe, because I remember removing stumps being available. I don't remember why or where, though. I have a pickaxe, so it's definitely not metal axe related. I have a sledgehammer, so it's not sledgehammer related. Whatever, I'll just deal for now. I don't want to, but I will. Maybe a saw? I had a saw in my inventory. It's over there right now, or it's still in my inventory? No, it's still in my inventory. I did try axe. I tried both a pickaxe and a stone large axe. The pickaxe counts in the same regard as the wood axe. But it also is a pickaxe, so it counts towards mining as well. So it's like a maul. But I also had a sledge and tried the destroy feature, which is able to destroy most tiles in the game. Unfortunately not those, though. Okay, so what was I doing in terms of this? We were... Oh yeah, I need more metal. You're afraid mods might break your game? I'm similar, kind of, in that way. I'll use some mods though. I've actually done a really heavily modded playthrough or two. Z-Bay was my most modded playthrough that I've ever done. And that one had like tons of mods, all meant to make everything reusable. Everything was useful in that game, which was awesome. Like down to the jewelry that was on the zombies, to the like their clothes to everything. I broken weapons could reuse them. Like I mean, there was nothing that was. I could take everything and use it for something. Those kinds of playthroughs are super fun. And that's kind of what Zomboid's going for eventually. It will get there. It's not there yet in terms of everything, but they've been working on it. Mods, yeah, Scrubbly would know better than anyone. Scrubbly is a, like uses a lot of mods. Like, has used probably every mod that I could think of. Tons and tons. When I think of somebody who's done heavy modded playthroughs, for maps especially, because you really like your maps. You see the different things people create. There we go. It's cool watching like the motorcycle stuff too. I've ridden on one of those motorcycles in Zomboid before. Very shortly. Like for a little amount of time. What happened was is I was playing on Bert Bertson's server. I joined the server. I climbed on a motorcycle. It had the keys and some gas. I then proceeded to drive it. Like I was like, I'm gonna have a little base somewhere. And then I crashed the motorcycle into a tree. And there was a lot of zombies around, and I couldn't back up in time, so I just hopped off and ran away. So, but the motorcycle was mine. It was claimed. So there's just like my motorcycle just chilling in a tree next to West Point somewhere. Or was it West Point? I'm pretty sure it was West Point. It was hilarious though. It's just like I just bailed, just completely left, and then and then on foot, I went from West Point, right? So like it was like where did it happen? I think it happened like around here somewhere, or no, was it up here? All I remember is that I crashed and then I hoofed it to Muldra. And then somehow I ended up in like the which section of Muldra did I end up in? It was the cookie cutter portion of Muldra. The one that's like did they redo it? I think it's this section of Muldra before the gated community. Just below the, yeah, so I somehow ended up down there. Like, and I wiped out that area. Like, there was nothing left in that area. Which begs the question, why didn't I just wipe out the zombies that were around the motorcycle? And at the time, I didn't think about it. It was like... And I never went back for it. It just stayed there. The motorcycle just stayed there. I think, and Bert told me later that that he's seen my motorcycle. He's like, I seen your motorcycle. I was like, yeah. I'm like, oh yeah, that. Could have went back for that, I guess. Ah, the things you do in multiplayer. Produces one nail at a time? Oh, it's a fair amount of XP though. I guess it's because it's infinite. Ah, it's too dark. How's our weight doing? Back down to 79. Okay, let's go grab some bunnies. That reminds me, I should check if the deer are still in here. Or did they magically poof themselves out? I'm not seeing them. Nope, no deer. Yep, they magically teleported themselves out of here. No bunnies. Hello. Few more. One more. We'll grab one more at least.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. Here we go. Five more hours. Okay. I shouldn't stand there. I really shouldn't. That's a lot of seasonings. Just did it again. And this can go there, and there we go. We just light these two. Easy peasy. I want to do the tile. Make wooden tile mold. Make tile mold. Are these the same thing? One requires carpentry, one doesn't. What's the difference? They're the same recipe. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to question it. I'm going to make the one that requires carpentry. Oh, we gotta grab our food.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Should be done soon. And since I'm at work, I could only just now call and say something. Well, that's very kind. Do very much appreciate. I do anonymous follow so folks can enjoy their lurk and and stuff like that. But it's nice to chat with folks too. Hopefully you had a good day at work. I'm making progress. Yeah, this is the same as this. So this is just a mod that links these two text files, and then just I put the text trials over yeah, simple. You have the game, but quickly learn that everybody's terrible at it to start. That's the thing with Zomboid is that eventually you get it, you get a handle on it. But even like when you have a handle on it, you'll still die a lot. It's fine. Like I mean, it's okay. That's Zomboid in a nutshell. Um, but doing the permadeath runs and stuff like that, it is really fun to practice and get better, and then survive for as long as you can. I'm almost at my survival time, like personal best, nearly. I got another
You're
handful of
amazing.
months to go before we reach that, but and like to get to my kill personal best, like I mean, it's gonna take forever, but we'll get there. Hopefully, we'll get there with this run. Fingers crossed. And also, we are going to be playing a biotic factor here in a little while when it's released. I'm super excited. It's going to be great. There's a non-permadeath mode? Yeah, there is. What you can do is actually you can turn off the zombies if you want. You can turn off the infection. You can, you can customize it. Zomboid is one of those games where if you go into custom sandbox, you can make your own adventure. The mode that I currently am playing in is not the same style as that though. This is the rat race, which is like a permadeath sort of challenge mode. It's meant to be like super tough, but it's really fun and I've been enjoying it. You might do that at some point. Oh, like I mean, there's nothing wrong. And people say baby mode. I don't think it's baby mode. Zomboid in itself is a hard game. It's tough to learn all the intricacies, and it's a wide pool of knowledge for Zomboid. I don't feel like Zomboid's pool is very deep, but I feel like there's a lot you can learn. Tons and tons of things you can learn. It's like an Olympic-sized pool that's like 3 feet deep. Still, there's tons to learn, and that you can learn. The zombies are but one part of it, right? But yeah, the rat race is like a challenge mode thing. It has its own little Discord, and then there's rules and stuff like that, which is neat. And then the whole goal is to complete 3 objectives: 1 million kills, perfect character, and 13 points of interest dotted around the map. 12 of them are churches. 1 is a military outpost. And the way that it works is you have to clear them out and turn them into an outpost. The requirements of an outpost are it needs to have a bed, it needs to have it's got to be a good quality bed. It's got to be it's got to have a generator, plumbed sink, a working car, 5,000 calories worth of non-perishable food. Yeah, this is definitely it's a really fun mode, to be quite honest. I do really like the there's certain aspects of it that can get kind of tedious, and this does take a long time. Obviously, it's a marathon style. It's not meant to be played quick. This isn't quite the same as like some of the faster modes. There's a lot of fast modes that exist in Zomboid 2, though. The first ones that come to mind are sprinters. Sprinters is a fun way to play too, but it's more arcadey than long term. You could get a long term sprinter run going though. There's a lot of sprinter players that do it. Yeah, I don't feel like Zomboid has a baby mode. That has modes that would be considered less difficult, but not really baby. Oh, did you see perfect character on speedrun.com? Oh, that was hilarious. That's hilarious. Someone needs to have a word with them and be like, no. Even on build 41. Someone wanted rat race on speedrun.com? That's not, no, no, like as much as, so like as much as I appreciate it, and like, I mean, it's cool. It would be a cool idea. It's not speed run. It's marathon. It's not speed run. They're different styles of play. Speed run implies that you can do it in a sitting or two sittings or maybe a handful of sittings. A speed run does not consist of a year's worth of real life. You know, that's not a speed run. Which, to be quite honest, the rat race in theory could take it's definitely can take months. Like here. It took me 3 streams to level my tailoring to 4. Right? Now I have better methods and I probably can get it to 10 in a relatively faster manner, but it's still going to take me several in-game years to complete even half of this list here. This is 2 years worth of grinding. Not like consistently. Yes, it's somewhat casually grinding, but still. Like, we've not even hit max strength yet. We're like, what? 15,000? So we're 10% of the way through strength on its final level. Like, yeah, it's crazy. You're hooked on Valheim. I like Valheim. I've not played very much of it. When last time I played it, I beat the deer boss. So don't spoil too much for me. But that's as far as I got. And then the next boss that I was looking for was called Elder, and I seen Snoot fight that one, which was kind of cool. But I didn't see how Snoot, like if Snoot won, because I was busy working at the time. But it was fun. I had a good time. I find that oftentimes in those kinds of games, I don't die by the bosses. I die by the little things that are chasing me. All the little abs and stuff, they kill you. Eat this. But yeah, so that's the thing, is that's not a... There's 2 categories on the speedrun.com that are not speedrun categories. They're long-term gameplay categories, kind of. Which, I mean, does speedrun.com do that? I don't think they do. I think they prefer to their endings to be a lot faster. But I could be wrong. Oh yeah, absolutely. The Twitch Zomboid community is very good about answering things, and they're very good about, sharing the knowledge, because we're in this together. At least that's what we all believe, is that we're in this together. We want to stick it to the zombies. So if there's any way that I can kind of give you knowledge that will benefit you to fight the zombies and succeed in your playthrough, I'll do my best. Some of those ones are pretty fun though. I thought that like some of them were clever but are RNG based, like bleach percent. You just spawn in a kitchen and hope that you get a bleach in the counter. That's but some of them are like that. It's the same as Minecraft. There's some of those are percentage, like cake percent. That one is and you could do that in Zomboid. You could do cake percent in Zomboid. Spawn as a chef and you try your best to bake a cake really fast. Yeah, cake or pizza percent would be fun. Burger percent. Or party percent. You could do it as like party percent, where you got to make a pizza, a burger, and a cake. So like that would be like you have to run around and look for some ingredients. Or raid a Gigamart and hope. It's not unless more people do it, I suppose. But so far, the Zomboid speedrunning community is kind of light, isn't it? At least that's what I think. I'm not really sure. I was looking at the categories, and but as soon as I seen max skills on there, I was like, yeah, that's not a speedrun category. Not really. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely one of those strange sorts of scenarios. You got 4 minutes and 36 seconds. The funniest meme one that I seen was Lamprey versus Karumi in death percent. They had what was it? Lamprey died to himself. So what he did was he spawned himself into one of the spawns and just kept spawning, calling zombies in, and then he just kept. It was his own zombie was what killed him, and 30 in-game minutes was his record. And if I remember right, Karumi was able to do a little bit faster using gravity. So spawned on a roof and fall off, kind of thing, right? So it was interesting to see those two go head to head in the death percent. But yeah, speedrunners are quirky and interesting. Get things done fast, best they can. But yeah, yeah. Have you scaled up the percentage for max skills though? Like if you were to put up the XP value, that one would be doable. You would want to put the XP value on like times like, I don't know, more. Something more feasible, like times 5 or maybe even times 10, so that you get the skills a lot quicker. I don't know. I don't know how I would balance that, but that's just an idea. Because if you're doing it on one times, it's going to take you ages. 1 times XP with the books for build 41, mechanics takes like 20 hours, real time. Reloading takes like similar. Probably more, actually. And then that's not just like the speed runs they were doing are all on build 41.78 or whatever. So that's the newest and a stable version of build 41. But if they were to do build 42, maxing your skills on build 42. I don't know anyone who's done it. Cuz there's just some things that would slow you down. Radford got fairly far along in the skills, and I know that Twist and Shivas are fair in their combat skills. I'm not sure how their crafting skills are looking though. Last I seen. But also, like, I mean, they started to need more time, like, away from the rat race as well, right? Because it's starting to wear, which is fair. I needed a break too. The only max skills right now is carpentry. I could do build 41 first aid in under an hour. I think I got 53 minutes last time I did it. Because that one's easy. You just stand on glass and then make sure you have the books, read the books, rinse, repeat. You probably could do it faster. Maxing carpentry. How did they do it? They just run from area to area, taking apart all of the on builder mode. No, they have to play on Apocalypse, don't they? I know Twist has been playing RimWorld lately. I've been wanting to play RimWorld some more too, but then, I've been also wanting to play a little bit of Zomboid, and there's a lot of games I want to play. And then I've just been going with what I want most kind of thing at that moment in time. So, like, in a few hours, we're going to be playing Abiotic Factor when they release the 1.0 version, which is going to be hype because there's new content, there's new progression, there's probably new crafting, probably new recipes, maybe new fishing. It'll be pretty hype. I'm excited. And then when Rhett is done his workday, I will join him in his world because he's got a work day today. All right, so let's continue. Fishing mentioned. Yes, you like fishing, huh? Maybe. You know, it passed your mind maybe once or twice. But it's an excuse to drink beer. So long as you're enjoying. You know nothing about fishing? That's not true. I guarantee there's at least one thing that you know about fishing. And that's you catch fish. You may not know the types of fish or where they are or like what kind of bait you should use or what kind of technique you should have or any of that stuff, but you know there's fish involved. And that's good enough. No, my hammer broke again. Curses. I did it break this time. Do you love that I placed the floorboards directly on the grass? Yeah, I mean, well, what am I gonna do? Dig up every single dirt tile? No. I'm not doing that. It's a lot of work. I dug up some of the sand tiles though, because I can't get sand everywhere. And once I'm out of sand, that's it, I'm out of sand. I don't think that it's feasibly possible to run out of sand, but I'm willing to try. If I use up all the sand on the map and then I could then post into the devs and be like, look, I used it all. One player used it all. I'd do it in jest, of course. It'd be like teasing. Like, I used all the sand, now what? It's why those patches have weird patterns. You mean these over here? These are actually not sand. I know that that's hard to believe given that this, especially this tile right here, looks like it's sand, but I assure you it's dirt. This is dirt. These are all dirt. The reason why is because these tiles here are actually, the way that they're done is neat. They're edge tiles, separate. They're not, so they're not sand. See? See if I were to look here in the, where is it? In the tile report, floor material dirt. You can't see it because my head's in the way. Darn it. There. Will it show now? Yeah. See, so tile report dirt. Can you believe me? Okay, that's good. I still want to prove it though. It's not for you, it's for me. Ribbit. Today's a good day. Because there's a new game coming out. That's going to be awesome. And I'm going to get killed a lot in it. Because it's new and I'm... Yeah, I'm going to get owned. It's great. Because I'm going to scale up the difficulty in preparation. Because the way Rhett plays his game is he's got the HPs on max as well as he's got the damage on high. So the monsters will like 2-3 shot you. It's great. Where am I at with this? We gotta go to sleep. I'm running out of metal is the issue. I'm gonna need to go kill more zombies for metal. How's my weight? It's not in a bad place. Alright, let's go kill some zombies for a bit. Maybe get some more metal. Oh, I should change into my work clothes. I always forget. Well, not always. I sometimes forget. I didn't forget this time. Let's see. Let's do red hard hat today. I have no intentions of getting grabbed, but it does potentially save me an injury. Maybe. It's insurance. So it's good to do sometimes. Especially if you know you're going to be in combat. Gotta appreciate how good the machete is just face. Spiffo.
Hey!
I'll wait for my arm to not be tired. Hi, Stormtrooper. Are you having a good day? Okay. My character's arm hurts. Just patiently waiting. We built up a lot of muscle strain. There we go. And there goes the strain. Nice. Let's keep going. So right now, I'm training Longblade, which is why it's taking me quite a while for them to clear those zombies. My current skills are all in Shoreblade, actually. So although it seemed like the knife was not doing that much damage, it was just the muscle strain that was causing that. So, as we can see... But we're not at a stage yet where we can be doing that. I need to put in a little bit of effort, get through the early stages of muscle strain on the two-hander or on the long blades. Morning. How goes the race? It's going pretty good. Doing a little long blade today. Mixed with, we did a little bit of carpentry earlier. So nearly another 20 XP. Okay. Another round. Oh well. Is there a link for the leaderboard? Yeah, exclamation point leaderboard. There's also, you can see the mods that I'm using with exclamation point mods. You can see my traits, and you can see the settings that I'm using if you don't want to Like if you want to just look at the settings, not if you don't want to participate in the rat race, I did a little video for the settings as well. Yeah, they can be made pretty nice. I want to get a coat that I made myself too, but unfortunately it takes a higher tier of leather in order to do that. I made my pants though, and I made the raccoon caps. Like I've been making those. So these pants, I made them myself. Yeah, I can do the command for you if you prefer. Leaderboard. That's the leaderboard. It's got both the historical board and the active board on there. The historical board is everybody who's participated in the rat race. And then the oh, no worries. I figured that I'd do it just in case you were AFK. Or if other folks didn't quite understand what I meant. Back off and just let my arm come back down. Actually, we might back off all the way. We're close to the next level of Longblade though. And every level will be really helpful. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna back off completely now because by the time our muscle strain comes down, it'll be close to the time to go to bed. So I might as well just throw in the towel for the remainder of the in-game day. You've tried the rat race settings and you lasted 4 hours? I mean, you can last longer for sure. It just takes practice, that's all. That's the big thing, is that the just consistency and getting your foot in the door is the difficult part. Like, because you got to get through the... You got to find a place that's safe. And then then the helicopter happens, right? So once you have your safe place, sort of mark it down, and then skedaddle, because you're going to come back for, for that safe place later. But there is going to be a helicopter. So you got to take that into account. Once the helicopter's done, though, then you've entered the point of the game where you're now dealing with standard pinpoint hearing zombies with eagle eyesight. Yep. And long memories. And then also, if you happen to manage to get a car, be careful, because they have extremely long follow distance. They will follow you to the ends of the earth. That's just how it is. And that's yeah. Just be inside a home? No. So, being inside a home and being inside the woods does give you, the helicopter can't find you. And I'm going to do it like this. Where is it? It can't find you, but it's not entirely true. The sound source will still come to you, and yeah, so you always hide inside a home and you're safe, but on these settings, a helicopter will make a noise, and that noise will travel fairly far because of pinpoint hearing. The zombies are set to follow distance 1,000, meaning that a helicopter right here at this little house here, right? You've probably seen this house before. It's a house that's off in the woods by that's north of Lake Fallis, or it's a little bit west of the West Point Mansions. It's a nice little cottage. On pinpoint hearing, the zombies can hear the helicopter from McCoy. This is McCoy logging. That's the distance that they can normally hear. And that's assuming that the sound bug doesn't happen where the sound source is even louder, which it could be. But let's say that it's just this distance, right? In a radius. You would be pulling all of Fallis Lake and a large chunk of Doe Valley over to you in this location. Now, a lot of people were in Irvington area. A lot of people love this little cabin here. This is Cabin Gang. If you set off your helicopter here, then a portion of the distance could actually encompass the Irvington Speedway. And from this location, it actually would stir up Guns Unlimited. But the reason why Guns Unlimited won't come down is because they're fenced off. There is an open section, though, isn't there, in this fencing? Maybe? But yeah, so my point still is that it's a far distance. Staying inside is okay, but you got to be careful. Because, yeah, you could just stay inside and then fast forward time. But it's one of those dangerous scenarios where you don't know where your zombies are then. And if you don't know where your zombies are in the rat race, well, then you have one of those awkward scenarios of where did these zombies come from? That is a phrase that is said way too much by veterans and players alike. Is where did these zombies come from? I don't know where they're from. I cleared out this area already. And suddenly there's like a group of 100 or 200 like just sitting on the doorstep. It's just like, where did they come from? They're tucked away in the trees. But yeah, staying inside, it does flag you as not seen by the heli, but it's weird because it still comes over you and it'll still fly its full cycle over you, even though it can't find you. So it's like they can find you, but it can't find you. It's weird. It says in the code that it doesn't find you, but it does. In fact, still fly over you. So, what does it mean? I don't know. But yeah, the pinpoint hearing zombies are probably some of the toughest. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Indeed. Hampter. Oh, I gotta take this stuff off. Because it's uncomfortable.
You're amazing!
Thank you for the follow. Do appreciate. That's organized chaos? What, my little... are you making fun of my little area? It's not organized chaos. It's somewhat organized. Like, look, here's the baseball bats, and there's the sticks, and there's some guns here, and this is like a crafting area. The bones are over there. It's like, it's not chaos. I'm trying to make crates for it all. I'm sorry. I don't like it either. It's not storage, it's florage. Florganization, yeah. The Zomboid way. I went near the garden supply store for the helicopter because you were staying in the cabin gang spot, and it was chill immediately after, but the next day a wave of zombies came through. Yeah. It's a bunch of stuff, and then I casually dropped the phones are over. I mean, they are, though. I just... Yeah. So, there was quite a lot of people that quit the rat race because of the new heat map, and they were complaining about this being ruined. And they're like, oh, the cabin's been ruined. And it's a mind prison. You don't have to go to the cabin. You can go anywhere in the map. The whole map's open to you. You could leave the map if you want. Just go straight off into the middle of nowhere and live out there if you want to. There's no necessity to go into the map. I mean, the only necessity would be for to do the objectives, right? It is a mind prison, that place. Not saying the cabin gang is bad. It's just that, you know, there's more places to go, right? When I didn't have a sack, what did I do? I didn't cry about it and say it's like, oh, I don't have a sack. Oh, woe is me. I don't have a sack. I was like, well, where are their sacks? I went to garden sheds and I walked all the way to Echo Creek. Did I find one? No. Was it fun? Kinda. It was a bit absurd that there was no sack there, though. That was a bit of a shock. This garden store is like got a lot of like spots that there could have been one. That's like going to like a warehouse and not finding any nails. It's like yeah. It just takes practice to know where certain things are, though. And then, you know, people will tell you. Like, there are, like, the exchange of information is big in the rat race. People will tell you, like, you know, this is what I tried and this is how I failed. And, you know, you learn from everybody's mistakes together. It's like a group. And everybody can improve their play from there. And there's still a handful of us that are, like, you know, that are, like, I think Twist and Shivas both haven't died very much. And they're still going strong. But needing maybe a break. Let's fill this up. Oh yeah, tons of things are changing all the time, and that's kind of why the rat race is in a funny but weird place. I feel like we should have maybe not done the rat race during Unstable, but in saying that, I was keen to carry on the spirit of the challenge because that's what I didn't just want it to fall by the wayside just because, you know, because Lamprey was deciding that he wanted to, you know, aspire. There's nothing, like, he shouldn't have had to hold back simply because he had to manage the rat race. That's why we ended up taking the reins, and, you know, Lamprey went and succeeded. He succeeded in his goal. So, can be happy about that. You can drive the car, you just gotta drive real slow. If you let the RPMs kick up too much, then there's a bug that happens that it also happens in combat with the player. Where sound is increased. So you gotta be careful with it. If you're really careful, you can drive. It's just I can't. Because I don't trust myself to not accidentally push the gas just a little too hard. So I'm gonna start driving, but later, when we actually claim one of the outposts, I'll move a car into position. Unless I luck out and in the church parking lot there is a car that I can refurbish. If I luck out, I will 100% just do that instead. But I'm not holding my breath on that. There's not a guarantee that that will happen. Oh, you need to do 8? Well, that sucks. But I mean, I can do it. It's just... I want to see what this looks like. But I'm nervous about it. I need to put it somewhere where... Interesting. How long will I be streaming today? Much longer. So just as a side note, the Abiotic Factor releases its 1.0 update today at 11 my time, which is 4 hours from now, roughly, like three and change. So, and I'm gonna be playing that. I want to play it because it's gonna be fun. And then later, Rhett Naru is gonna be playing it as well, and I'm gonna hop into his save, and we're gonna play together. You gotta run off for a while? Well, there you go. You enjoy your lurk. And I will probably see you when you come back. More than likely. But that's the plan. I'm excited for Abiotic. It's gonna be so fun. And I'm keen to see what they change. And I'm keen... How did you ninja through my... What? How did he ninja through everything? I'm not concerned about the zombie itself. Just how did he get through the obstacle course that is this area? Like this is like zombie's nightmare trying to catch a player in this area. There are so many things he can get stuck on. Yet he somehow beelined it straight for me instead of... Because all of these things count as solid objects. That's crazy. I'm like blown away. How did he manage that? If the angle at which he was coming from was over here somewhere, so either... But I picked up Maybe he was up there. That's crazy. What was I doing again? Oh, this is now Craftsman. Nice. Finally. We ran out of nails. When did this become a thing? I can make a little bit of that. strange. I have hand forks. Aren't those something I can craft? Yeah, there's 5 of them here. And it gets me 5 more chunks. Which is 90 more nails. Okay, let's see. Actually, there is one other thing that I want to build with. I should look into a dome kiln here in a bit. Mm. I think I'll fix those to be... Yeah, let's grab these. Interesting. I'll go sleep. Yes, that one section I want to. I need to make a dome kiln. Still haven't done that. I'm not gonna see the boulders as easily right now. How many do I have? Alright, it's got enough there. Or one doorknob. screwdriver, right? No, file set. Really? Just need a medium handle. I think I have those 2 steel bars. Or no, I don't, because we... So... Did I really run out again? Yeah, yeah, I did. Alright, so we made a file set just so that I can make a doorknob. Right? It requires level 9 metalworking to make a doorknob? Doorknobs are complicated. It's not an easy thing to create, I suppose. Gotta be able to turn. I don't have a screwdriver on my person. The amount of things that are... There we go. Broken over there. I need to clean that out as well. We've broken so many stones. Okay. Go grab this. A stone pit you throw 3 stone zombie corpses into. After filling it, waiting a random number to spawn a random zombie or animal. Or animal? Why an animal? How did the animal happen? Is it like a... Is it like a loot box? Like, you create a loot box? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like a loot box. You create a loot box. It's a magic gateway. Interesting. Get 3 dress corpses for a bonus. Is the bonus that you get to join them and then everybody does a dance? And the zombie could be perfect condition clothes. That does sound magical. I do like seeing zombies when they're fresh. It's interesting. It's like, where did they preserve themselves? Like, that's magic on its own. It needs to be hit like 200 times. With what level of weapon skill? And then also, if you're low level weapon skill, does it take more? And if so, um, does it get stunned? If it doesn't get stunned, then it just grabs you and like throws you into the wall, like the wrestler zombies from what that one zombie mod that has the zombies that have powers. There's like the master zombie that can like resurrect, and I can't remember what that mod is called, but it is a cool mod. Um, but there's like a bunch of different ones. There's like fragile zombies and strong zombies, and one of them is wrestler, and they'll grab you and throw you into the wall. Screamers. Exploders. Yeah, just that everything else and doesn't like no other form of fiction really has like such a faux pas on the word zombie. Like they're not called zombies, they're called like a bunch of different things. Could you imagine if they did that with vampires or like anything else? They're not called werewolves, we called them woofs. Like it's absurd. In this universe, it kind of makes sense, I guess, because they never had zombies, and but it's Frankenstein, not Stein. Okay, Gene. Whatever you say, Gene Wilder. Isn't his name Frank, though? Frankenstein? Frankenstein. I gotta chop all these trees. Give a little break. We're just gonna pretend like today didn't happen in game. We'll work out for the whole day. We'll let this day go. We're about 5k XP for fitness. Tomorrow we'll go and get some rabbits. Because we gotta gain weight again. That's an interesting thing. Okay, that day didn't happen. That is how you get rid of a day that you don't like in Project Zomboid. Just erase a day by going forward in time. Hmm. Let's go get the... I should put a pair of scissors in the bathroom. Turn your hair to the way it was, and there you go. He looks like a different person when I do this. This is great. Even though this is his original, this is his original look. It's you get so used to having the like mountain beard and when like or the long hair. It's one of those weird things when you get rid of it. Two, three, four. Oh yeah, you're right. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's nifty. You're seeing all the strange numbers today. All twos, and then suddenly 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, bunnies. How many of you are there? Okay, I do want to stay and pet them, but I don't have time. We've got to eat. So... Alright, let's return back. We'll get ourselves a nice meal, and then we will... It is officially October 1st in the game, which is kind of nice. We've still got time before winter kicks in, like another 2 months. Hmm? Was that one of the deer? Yeah, it was moving too fast to be a zombie. I think. This is good work music. I feel so too. It's music that makes me happy. If you want the playlist, it's exclamation point playlist. I really like this music. Higgins, can you stop breaking all of the branches, please? I want to use a few of them, like later. Like, come on. There you go. Okay, that looks kind of cool. It's almost like we're making tea. No, don't burn. Like really overcooking these things. Fun fact, do not eat burnt food in Zomboid. Burnt food is lethal in Zomboid. This isn't burnt food though. This is nearly burnt food. But if you feel like your food might have been tainted in some way, don't eat it. Have I ever played V Rising? Yeah, I played it with Miss Adams, and I played it with my partner Emma. We made it all the way to the fight just before Dracula, kinda, and then we stopped playing for a little while. And when we went back to go and fight Dracula, Emma and I both didn't log out in our coffins, so we didn't have any items. And while that's not something that upsets me all that much, I couldn't, like, I would just make more. It very much upset Emma and killed Emma's want to play the game. So, because Emma lost all her items that were on her character. We still had our castles and stuff, and we probably could have still, like, salvaged a bunch, but it would have required us to refarm a bunch of stuff, and, like, it was unfortunate what happened. So we never ended up finishing it. We got really close though. The last boss that we faced off against were the ones that were like the soul bosses just before Dracula. And we beat a couple of them. They weren't all that hard either. I feel like Dracula would have been fairly simple too. Of course, we weren't playing on brutality difficulty. We were only playing on normal. And I did play a bit of brutal on on Misfit M server, and I made it all the way to I don't remember. I made it pretty far though. Like I was living in the swampy place with the frogs, naturally. And then on mine and Emma's server, Emma was living in the frog place while I lived in the snow biome, which was fun. I liked living there. Yeah, I like V-Rising. V-Rising's cool. We did the PvE aspects of it, and I don't know if we'd ever do the PvP aspects of it, because it seems just like it's like a race or something, kind of. Like a race for resources. It's more fun PvE style for me on that game. Drink the soup. And there we go. Gaining weight again. Grab one of these to have in my pocket while I'm working on the next things. Which are what exactly? Let's look at this pile here and sort it out a little bit. These are cosmetics, kind of, but one of them is a large bucket, which is utilized in crafting. This is an assembled, this needs a medium handle. And then we have a claw hammer. Get rid of these. It requires foil, right? And Land's Island. Somebody's mentioned that before. I wrote it down. Someone also recommended Blueprints is another one that has been recommended to me. And currently, Emma and I are enjoying a game called Downfall, which is like a, I don't want to say it's like a prequel to the Cat Lady, but it's like those kinds of games, kind of like artsy, which is kind of neat. I like them; they're neat. I like visual novelty style games. Bit dark, but you know, kind of cool. Reminds me of This War of Mine, which is a really, really good game. Tinfoil hat. I could make a tinfoil hat. Look. They say that one comes free in every box. Yeah, I don't have enough foil. Not yet. There's something else I could do. It just required pliers, didn't it? The metalworking pliers work. Try to remember. I'm gonna go grab those pliers and see. Pretty sure. I can get a saw, that's not hard. Or we could make sheet metal snips. Tin cans and screws. Really? Can you not make screws? Are screws a requirement in that craft? Yes, they are a requirement. In both. That's kind of crazy to me. I suppose I could just go to McCoy and see if there's screws there. I'm sure there are. We'll go have a sleep first, and then we'll go to McCoy in the morning real quick and see if there's screws there. The chances are, yeah, there are screws there. It's McCoy. I could totally play that game. That game would be fun. I know that they had a sequel of some kind come out at one point. Or there was that other game that's kind of like it, right? I think I seen Molly playing that. Yeah. And Twist. Twist played it too. Those kinds of games are neat. Always interesting how close there is a fair amount of zombies. Um, just beside your home. Right? I'm not far from my house. But you'd never really notice is there. Because when am I going to run into those zombies? And you can see that I've been here before. Because, well, I have. I've been along this road before. Trying to clear towards McCoy initially, and I did. I successfully cleared towards McCoy. Hello. Doesn't look all that clear right now, though. McCoy itself doesn't actually have all that many zombies at the moment, though. Wait for my arm to relax a little. You little sneaky... Come out of there. Look at them. Being sneaky. Tucked away in the corner there. I hope that gets fixed. There we go. I see zombies over there. Why are you zombies over here? Why are they here? Dude. When did they get over here? Can opener. I'm excited. Yeah, the purpose of this little outing wasn't to kill these zombies, though. It's to go to McCoy. I just don't appreciate them being there. Alright, good enough for now. Onward to McCoy! In the search for screws. Okay, we'll keep a little stamina. Oh. There's a club hammer and a rubber hose. Not seeing any screws though. There's a fire axe. Another bit of twine. Knee pads. Box of nails. I'll take that. Okay, so we're only doing surface level McCoy at the moment. I'm not like digging through every single box. I'm not gonna go in the back room either at the moment. It's so quiet and I'm nervous about it. Naturally. Right? Don't trust the silence. Yeah. And that's going to continue to be how it is because Abiotic Factor is going to be out here in a few hours. And I'm stoked. I am excited. I can't wait. Wood saw. You know what? I actually am going to bring that. The big thing that I want from this place, though, is screws, not nails. Box of screws. Yes, this is what I want. Hopefully you had a good sleep. Oh, you got an allergy shot. That doesn't sound very fun. On a scale of to 1 to, or, you know, 1 to fun, how was it? Was it bad? Hopefully it wasn't bad. Yeah, Abiotic hype. I can't wait. Are you excited too? So initially, I'm going to be playing my own little playthrough that's from starting from the beginning, and I'm going to crank the settings a little bit. And then in the near future, we will be playing with Rhett as well. I'll be jumping into Rhett's playthrough, and we will be able to get wanted for questioning. Sure, let's bring that. In 4 to 5. It stings, but it means long-term protection against. Okay, see, that's good. I'm glad that we have stuff like that then. Ah, you got a plan for a few base ideas? I am going to see, but I know that my initial base is probably going to be an office sector, unless I've got some new ideas for bases and some ideas for like little hubs to have, which will be fun. Actually, I need to grab that jack because I don't think I have one. So we'll eat this. I need to check if these are open. I don't think they are, but they might be. No. Yeah, I'm keen. I can't wait. I can't wait to see where the story goes. It's like no spoilers. And then but for anybody, I'm not going to spoil anything, but I am hyped to see where the story goes. Cuz it left off on a good note, like real good. Like I'm not a huge fan of cliffhangers. I really am not. I find that it's kind of like a bit of a silly trope, you know? But yeah, it was quite kind of cool. Admittedly cool. Oh, look, it's a mouse. Hello. Oh, here. Something was unhappy. Oh, we got tissues. I've been in all these vehicles. That's why they have broken windows. Oh, we got one box of screws. Once again, I didn't like super look in every container. I wonder if I mean we could grab some of these containers and bring them with us, but nah, I'd rather not. We can make our own. I like McCoy. McCoy's great. Great base location, solid amount of carpentry XP to get off from the start. Plus, you got quite a lot of tools that you can work with. It is a great place. And it's not far from Muldraw either if you want to actually start poking Muldraw. I haven't decided what I'm going to use this space for aside from crates and a walkway, but we'll see. It got me some carpentry XP, and that's one of the big things. Let's see. Now that we're here, though, I'm gonna put these in the bin. Okay, now that we've got that, I should be able to use the screws to make a few things now. Inventory. There we go. Okay. Let's run us back indoors so that we're semi-safe. We've been getting quite a lot of XP gains today. We've got quite a lot of carpentry and stuff. So I'm going to do a brief BRB. And then when we get back, we'll continue grinding XP. Okay. Let's do crops. Hopefully we find exactly what I'm looking for. Which is potatoes. I mean, and cabbages. Those are really good. Tomatoes are okay, but potatoes can do more usually. Clay's not bad though. And I won't say no to bugs. At least not at the moment. I will say no to lavender right now. Not because I don't like it. I really do love lavender. It's just I'm not going to get to use it before it goes off, so... Because I don't have a cup. I mean, I could make a cup, I guess. Yeah. Same for... The reason why cabbages is because cabbages have a larger, like, total in terms of hunger value. So... Usually you can load a couple traps with cabbages as well. Which I don't need to be running the traps right now, but I am running them at the moment just because I can and because it's easy. Um, we do have a decent supply of rabbits saved up at this point. We're in the 60s for rabbits, and I mean, it'll pretty much sustain at that point. Like, I don't really need to, but might as well get the trapping XP while it's available. Carrots are the best, of course. Yeah, but carrots also, they're not the best for more than one trap. Like, you can put a carrot in one trap. Unless you grow your own carrots. Because then if you grow your own carrots, they're a -8. Which is much better. Or more, sometimes. The most I've seen is -8, though, at the moment. I don't know, maybe -12. Big carrot. Which carrots? They don't go bad that fast. They're not, um, they're okay. On the go bad scale, they're all right. They do go bad somewhat fast in the rat race, but the rat race has everything set to spoil super quick. So that's why it's it's better to have fresh food in the rat race, like and have make things fresh. And once you get refrigerators, refrigerators suck. So, but freezers are the same. because that value doesn't is not affected by the refrigeration value. Freezers are separate in the code, and they are not edited. Like they don't change. Their value is static. It's not something that we can play with within the sandbox options unless you go deeper. Which you can. Like, I mean, you could edit the freezers if you really wanted to, but we didn't. So freezers are the way to go in if you're gonna preserve food. Am I running a generator? Not yet, but I mean I could. Not because I can't hook one up because my electrical's still kind of low. My electrical's 2. But I'm 2 at 69 and I'm able to probably finish this to 3, which means that I would be able to hook up a generator. We have several generators available to us that I can then hook to the crossroads, for example. The crossroads is an area that we've confidently cleared. So there would be a few stragglers that come out of the woods, but we'd be able to clear them off the generator and, fill up a bunch of gas cans, and we would be basically set for as long as I want. We could also fuel a car, which would mean that I would want to finish my mechanics, which I've been slacking on. But I do have speed demons, so I don't really want to be driving too much, unless I'm gonna drive slow. You've only got one other generator so far? Plus you haven't fully cleared Echo. Even if you haven't fully cleared Echo, the generator doesn't pull as far as you'd expect, but it is continuous. So which means that if you do go to other areas and you pull the zombies in, essentially you can open the door, depending on how much you've cleared, but you can open the door to zombies entering your area, and then they would swarm in, because that's how it will go. Trying to get to 220 right now. There we go. The devs have already expressed that they don't want us trapping the zombies. So, and you gotta know that players would want to use that stuff on the zombies, right? That said, though, that's awkward. Yeah, they don't want us doing that. And I understand. I get their perspective on it. It's not so much that it doesn't make sense, but it just would make things. Yeah, it would make things weird. The game would be leaning more towards 7 days than kind of what they want to go for with the whole Romero style of, like, you know, the persisting zombies, right? That they, because basically it doesn't matter if you're day one in the playthrough or, you know, 5 years into your playthrough, the zombies are just as lethal in the beginning as they are now, right? Like, it doesn't, they don't change in their potency. They are still, and that's kind of one of the appeals of, is that, that they don't change. They're ever present and they're ever threatening, right? And it's kind of, it's neat in its own way. You always got to stay paranoid, because if you don't, then, well, you may meet your end. You know, complacency and all that. That's one of the larger killers of runs. Getting a bit too comfortable. I realize now that I actually don't have a can opener, and I've been kind of using those constantly. Accidentally use the can opener too much. Yeah, and now you can just build the cage traps and it becomes super duper easy. Which is good. That's the one thing that is tough, though. Like, if you were to start a zero character, getting that first level of trapping is nearly impossible. Outside of if you happen to get the magazine. Because there's some recipes for trapping that you can do, but they require... They require more work. So, like... Where are they? They're under... Is it farming? No. Under miscellaneous? So the stick trap and the box trap are the two that you can craft from level 0. These two traps right here. Right? But they require recipe knowledge. The snare trap requires level 1, box trap requires level 2, and cage trap requires level 3. You can find a box trap and some cage traps around. There are some box traps, cage traps, and I think there actually might be snare traps and like, so there, I think there's all of these are available to pick up on the map somewhere. I don't know about the bird traps. I'm thinking maybe, but I don't know. And you can definitely find them in loot. But it is a tough thing to get. Why do I need so many grills? I'm a disorganized character. Each of these grills can only contain 10 units of food. So I cook sometimes in two, and then these ones here are for water. So what I do is I fill the buckets to 8 liters, because if I put them up higher than that, they don't fit in the they don't fit in the campfire, so I can't boil the water properly. So it ends up being that I have to put one bucket here, one bucket there, and then so I light all 4 at the same time, and then boil water in 2, cook food in the other ones. It ends up making it so that I'm able to do things a lot faster, right? Because all of these heat sources are going at once. Increases my output. Before, I was just doing it in a single campfire. But this campfire is a risk. These are not a risk. Well, I mean, they are a risk. If a zombie comes up on my flank and I have to run and I choose to run into them, I suppose that's a risk. But yeah, so by doing the setup like this, it makes it a lot more balanced towards what I'm doing. So often I can cook roughly 5 or 6 meals at a time. And then we can then just store the rest in the backpacks. And you'll notice I'm using backpacks over here instead of crates. Zombies can't smash backpacks. So they can smash all of these inventories down. They can smash them, or the crafting stations, but they can't smash any of the places that I'm storing items at the moment. Eventually they will be able to, because I will do crates, but my main plan is to actually do crates. So like I'm thinking about doing something with this room, like a library or something. I will set it up like this, and then this will be a crafting area. We'll probably seal off this as well, so the zombies can't just break in for free. Yeah. Also, if I want to quickly run over to an item, I can just run over, grab a bag, right-click the bag, equip it secondary, and then I can run off with that whole bag. Like, it depending on what it is. Although not many zombies have shown up here, there still have been some, though. This area is not... It's an open area, which means that zombies can show up. They can show up and ruin my day. Okay, so I need to go make sheet metal snips. Yeah, they just wander in sometimes. Okay, so sheet metal snips are a no. You can't craft those. What else can we make? We could try to make the hacksaw, or we can try to make medical shears. No, not medical. And I know you can make a saw blade, though. I've seen it. I've seen the saw blade. Where are you in here? It's not you. You're gonna tell me that all three of the items used to craft the electrical thing are not craftable? I'm not believing this. So I can fix the saw. I have a regular hacksaw, but it's not a small hacksaw. So it doesn't work. And we can replace the small hacksaw blade with this. Small blade, right? But how do I get that? There is no small hacksaw blade in the advanced forge. It's not craftable. So there's also no, so you can't do this. Not without having found a small hacksaw or found medical shears or found like sheet metal snips, which is so strange. Why can you not make sheet metal snips? You'd figure you could. That's something that you cut metal with. Why do I keep finding recipes that are just like this? You know what I mean? Like that it's so weird that I keep stumbling into recipes that are not like it's not finished. It's just it's bad luck. That's all. I keep bumbling into recipes that are undone and that still need work. It sucks. It sucks big time because like all I want to do is I want to level my electrical, right? And I wanted to maybe do it through utilizing some of this. I don't have easy access on foil. It ain't happening. The only time I'm gonna get foil is if I take apart things that have foil, right? So foil dreams are dead. All right. Well, then what about this? Well, I mean, I can make the tin can and the wires happen. I just got a box of screws, so that's kind of nice. I can do everything on this list except for this. This small hacksaw. I have a full hacksaw, but it's not a small hacksaw. And I don't have the sheet metal snips, and I don't have the medical shears, and all those things are not things that you can forge. So, can't make the lantern, can't make the flashlight. I can take apart things, and I've been doing that, but it's not feasible. Hello. I don't have the recipe for the crafted trigger. I don't have the recipe for any of these things. I can't make that. I could make this if I was electrical 3, but if I was electrical 3, I would be able to do generators. The thing that I really want is electrical 5, so I get the lighters. That's what I want. You can't make duct tape either, can you? Let's see. Can you make duct tape? Let's find out. Duct tape. No. Duct tape is another thing that you find. What about the adhesive tape? Nope. Can't make adhesive tape. It's another thing that you gotta find. So many things that are just not feasible. And it's not like I can't just go and get, like, I can just keep slowly doing this via the watches. I've got a lot of watches. If I went back along the road, we would probably have electrical 3. Like, if I went and collected every single watch that was between here and all of the other outposts. Because I haven't collected them all. I just haven't. There's too many of them, and I don't have them piled up. Yeah. Hmm. Sweet music. Yeah, sweet music. Um, yeah, that does suck indeed. Oh well. What are you gonna do about it? Kill more zombies, collect more watches, take them apart. Eventually I'll hit level 3. How many outposts have I have cleared? 0. Technically I have 5 outposts, but none of them are the actual outposts. So 0. Oh yeah, I know this warehouse. It's a good warehouse. Come to think of it, I didn't even think to check the brickworks. Or the mass gen building. There's the rake! Can I rake the leaves? Pretty please let me rake the leaves. Let's go find out if we can rake the leaves. I haven't even really been in there. Where are the leaves? Give me leaves, I want to rake them. Rake. Pick up dung? I want to rake the leaves. Could you imagine raking the leaves into a big pile and then jumping into the pile? That'd be fun. No leaves for us, only dung. That's it. You only get dung, that's all. That's so sad. It's so sad, I'm so sad. Not allowed. I'm allowed to have fun like that. No, no leaves. Okay, you said there was goodies in here. There's another hacksaw. As if the game's rubbing in the fact that it's not small. It's not a small hacksaw, so you can't do that. Come on. Come on, game, make me apologize. Give me metal snips. Do it, do it, do it. What do I need a small one for? If I had a small metal hacksaw, it would, I could, level my electrical faster. Alternatively, if I had, metal steel snips, or metal sheet snips, or the other thing is, um, uh, it lets you make, yeah, the rake can't pick up leaves. Flashlights. It lets you make flashlights. Like, wire there. My condolence letter. Are awful. My condolences. Yeah, so sad. Well, we found a box of screws at least, so that's kind of nice. That's 2 boxes of screws. Maybe, just maybe, those steel snips are something that I can make in some other way. Nope. Yeah, no, I know. You can reach back into some of the crates, but I'm not gonna move all the crates out the way to see about possible other ones at the moment. I mean, in theory, I could go grab some. The easier way would be to just pick them up and bring them here. And then start piling them over here. Because that's where they're gonna go inevitably. Something else you can do is if you don't have to have enough wood and you're not wanting to do the have your character muscle strained like a lot, you could pick up a bunch of these crates and use them as walls, temporary walls. Because the zombies, once these are placed, they're solid. So they can still break them, of course, but they, it's a good base sort of defense. That's quick to put down. It's the same as like kind of like boxing around the bottom of a stairs so that the zombies can't come in it after you. They have to bang through the crates and stuff first. And by the time they're done banging through that, usually they forget where they were going. So they toddle off in another direction. Are they tougher? No, they're not tougher. Once you pick them up, they become player-made crates. That said, though, if you leave them on the ground, the zombies don't generally attack them. Like, but they've been changing that gradually. It's going to get to the point where they do. Zombies just trashing your entire base while you're gone. Doing a little rave party. I like that they made it so that we can just pick these up. Don't need a special skill now to pick up a crate and move it. Imagine starting here. Oh, it was great. Like it's McCoy has almost no zombies as well. Or did. Now it'll be a little bit more because they changed the heat map. Um, that said though, you know, the heat map's more aggressive than it used to be, which is nice. Yeah, it makes it feel a lot better. There we go. That's 12 extra inventories that we can put stuff in now. Will it be able to contain all this stuff? No. Why? Because my character is disorganized. But that's okay. It's just less stuff on the ground. Hmm. Too hot, too cold, too hot, too cold. Make up your mind, Higgins. Are you too hot or are you too cold? I'm too hot. Because you're making me run around. And then I'm too cold because I was standing still for a long time. And then I slept with no pants on. Silly Higgins. Barbecue, please. I would like some propane and propane accessories. Remember, is it back here or over there? I know there's a propane grill somewhere over here. Is it this one? Nope. Maybe. There's books on those bookshelves. I am very curious what books are on those bookshelves. Yeah, sure enough. Ah, it broke. Oh, there's a can opener in one of those. Disappointment. I want to see the books, and I want to see the, what, you know. There's a lot of things I want over there. Look at you, you're a ninja. See, now it's too cold. In fairness, though, it is 2 degrees. Which, I mean, standing there with no pants, 2 degrees. Would be kind of chilly, I guess. Maybe. Maybe. But over here, yes. Hmm? Oh. Brand new military boots. How are my shoes doing, by the way? Riding boots are in good condition. It's been a little while since we've actually looted anything. Rotten PB dinner. Remember when those didn't used to rot? PB dinner preservatives finally caught up with it. One out of there. It was the next street over, wasn't it? For the propane. Not the on the main street for the furniture store. I mean the house that has the propane barbecue. Tracking too. Satellite dish. Think we're gonna get some good channels? Thank you very much for the wellness. I'll grab a sip of my drink here in a moment. And I'll get a little stretch in. Okay. And okay, let's keep going. Some more wire. I mean, wire's not a bad thing. I'll take it. Did they break this open? No. Ooh, propane tank. That's like solid. Just drop you on the floor for a second. Plot hammers, calipers. The reason why I'm in here, the whole carpentry too. Okay, you've got a sense of humor, game. Thanks, appreciate it. Thankfully, at least Carpentry 2 is the one, like I said, the first 3 books aren't as important as getting the other one. The 4 and the 5. Volumes 4 and 5 are the big ones. Okay, so we managed to pick up a propane tank, which is kind of what I wanted, sort of. It's one of the things I wanted, because it gives us access to more metal, because I can take apart those cars that are along the highway. The thing is, though, we're gonna have to cart it back, like, on foot in order to bring the metal back. Because I don't have a car. Maybe I should pick up the... I got 2 boxes of nails out of it, which is kind of nice. Okay. Just that. No. Put it down. Okay, we gotta go to sleep. I accidentally forgot about my traps, my cage traps. So, almost certainly when you forget about your cage traps, some of them are broken. So that sucks. But, you know, it happens. It it's not good. But I can make more. I'm at a stage right now where making more cage traps isn't hard, or box traps, or whatever I want to make for those. But yeah, we're gonna have lost some of them. Some of them will have captured rabbits, though, I think. But I bet most of them are gone. Or not most. Maybe half. There's 8 cage traps. I'm betting at least 4 are broken. And 2 of them have caught something, and 2 of them didn't. And the verdict is... none of them are broken? Really? I'm shocked. Yeah, I'm shocked that they survived. Okay. We'll head back. We'll get ourselves some food. One hour, by the way. 1 more hour. And then we'll play some Abiotic Factor. So that's pretty hype. And if you're watching the VOD, it'll probably go in another playlist later, but maybe. Or it'll be part of this, like, this VOD, depending. I don't know. Probably would split it up. I'm super hyped. Okay, let's see. Put things away. Okay, this I can't just drop on the floor. This needs to go in like a bin. Let's move the raccoon or the rabbit. Well, let's do the rabbit first. Wait, it's that heavy?
Hmm.
Actually surprised. These weigh enough that they're actually offsetting each other's weight. Which is kind of interesting to me. I actually have to cook in all three. Higgins, why you gotta always break the sticks? Just make the fire. Every time. Really? That's three. That's four. Yeah, okay. Yay. Almost done. Still losing weight, not a huge surprise. Put that there. Hello, rock and stone. There we go. Put those there for now. We need to gain weight, so speed time along a little. There we go. Gaining. That in my bag. That there. You have a whole foundry? His fire starting skill should be something you can practice. I agree. Wait a second, my chat's weird. 1 second. When did that happen? The thingy went off. Where is it? That's under chat appearance. Yeah, I don't know why is timestamps not a... It should be default on. I don't know why it's not. That's strange. Must have refreshed or something and took them away. I don't like that. I like knowing when people said stuff so that if I've missed something by a significant margin, that I'm not like, oh, and then, you know, and that person's like long gone. They left and, you know, gone. Talking to the ether. Although talking to the ether is not bad. When I broke 2 sticks? Exactly. See, that was a couple of minutes ago. But see, and then I broke 4 sticks. Higgins, why must you break all the sticks? Also, why can't we make a better fire starting thing, right? Like, like maybe we could put twine on it so that we can spin it and it's better for fire starting. Maybe a slightly higher percentage. Like one of those, you know what I mean, right? Like you put the twine in the on the and then and it's faster. Yeah, fire bow. Why don't we have fire bows? Is it something they just never thought about in this universe? Why? Where did I... Oh, this is, just have a random steak knife. Drop that on the ground. Ah! I left the welding torch behind. I'm coming out here to do welding and I forgot the welding torch. Darn it. Can't weld really well without the torch. I'm gonna just release the propane from the tank at the car. There's a couple of pistols. I could probably blow up the cars. I don't think that's how that works, though. That's not an option yet. Although, could you imagine if they add that in? Now that you can target things a little bit easier with the aiming? Like, the aiming's improving significantly. Could you imagine shooting a propane tank and... And then the zombies ragdoll out? That'd be pretty fun. Just because it's more optimal. That's true. Sometimes you reach around your head to touch your ear. When really you could just reach up and touch your ear, right? Yeah, magnifying glass would be kind of cool. There is a magnifying glass in the game already. It exists. I found it. I found it a couple of times. I think. I'm pretty sure. Like 95% sure. I used it as a decoration. It gives you that kind of noir detective vibe. Because you could almost set up a noir detective style zomboid playthrough, where you start with a fedora and the trench coat, and you totally could do it. And dryer lint, or even like just leaves. I'd love the leaves to be rakeable and that they were actually like be leaves. We can kind of do that. There's the way that it's done right now actually is the improvised lighter. Which is an electrical wire and a battery. And then you can use adhesive tape to keep it together or duct tape. I think they should add something else here that's not one of these two things. Like something that we can craft, you know? Like, right? I'm not crazy, I don't think. That and you can apparently you can refill the lighter. But there was a bug recently, or at least last time I used the lighter, it disappeared. So, oh, maybe that's changed? I hope it has, because that would be awesome. Yes. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, dropping the propane tank. Look how many extra things you get now. You get everything, like lots of stuff. They give you little pieces of all sorts of things now when you take apart a car. This didn't used to be the case. You didn't get used to get this much. I kind of want to pick up as much as I can, but I know I kind of can't. Oh. Because there's 44 on the ground there. I don't expect I can pick it all up. No. We can pick up a lot of it, but we can't pick it all up. I'm really keen that we managed to get some of that stuff, though. That's huge. And then if we go down this road just a little bit, we probably can harvest a decent amount more. Maybe this can get us to electrical 3 much quicker. I didn't realize I had access to more propane, though. I suppose I could go to Dixie. Is that there's got to be a propane tank somewhere around there. I'm not gonna walk all the way there right now, though. We'll just do the cars that are close by. Dixie? Yeah, Dixie Trailer Park. Let's go. Dixie Trailer Park was one of the best places to sort of kick off a playthrough. Definitely up there. We managed to get a little bit of fragments. And some scrap. That's a question. Can I make the scrap into foil? What good is the scrap then? No. Oh, it makes it into 5 fragments. That's actually fairly good. No, we just need a receiver. I'm gonna get one of those from making one. Or from taking one apart. was like, why is there nothing there? It's because there can't be. I need to swap the bags back because it's not good that I have the bags mixed so much right now. Put that on the ground because I need to go and pick up the boulder that's in front of Smoky's. This boulder is going to be 1/4 of our... There we go. Stones. Give me large stones. Is that a watermelon? Hooray! I'm still sad that you're tiny, watermelon. This used to be like one of the big finds when you would in foraging. It used to be like 120 and used to be really, really awesome. Now it's like it's a shadow of its former self. And then when you cut it up, it's not like particularly good either. See? Still, it's a nice treat. Hello. Go consume. How goes your runs? Are your runs going good? They've been terrible. I mean, you'll get there though. You'll hit a breakaway run soon, and it'll be your best run ever. My runs, it's going good, goodish. Right now. I need to put this away, and then let's grab one of these. Ooh, salad with fresh chive. Nice. But yes, I am currently in the process of thinking about upgrading one of my crafting stations. So like this to a dome kiln so that I can make iron into steel whenever I want. And then from there, I've been slowly working on my electrical as well so that we can level that up. So that eventually we may have power one day. Maybe. I'll dream. Probably not, but maybe. And then all the zombies will come out of the woods and dance around my generator, because that's what happens. That's what happens every time. You think the area is clear. It looks clear, doesn't it? It looks like there's no zombies around. But every time you hook that generator up, it's like there's suddenly you turn on a rave beacon. That's all the zombies decide that it's time to party. Okay. I need to stop running around because I'm burning calories like crazy and I keep wanting to do stuff and I need to stop moving. I say as I'm running back to base, but like, it's fine. We need to do something that's stand still for a little bit. The reason being is I need to gain weight because we're down to 78 and I want to gain weight again. You get like an antique stove or a gold gen and then you get a bit going and it's a curse? Oh, no, that's not true. It's not a curse. The generator isn't cursing you. It's just bad luck is all, and then you just need to learn from mistakes. Because, you know, there's lessons to be taught in every run. So you can trace back your mistakes and improve. Improve on your previous. So you'll be able to get there eventually. Okay. Let's go grab all of the wood. Or yes. I just need 2 more, and there's one right in the forest behind me right now. And then I just need 1 more, and then I can make the dome kiln. Heck yeah. Winning. This will be my second dome kiln in this playthrough. But the other one's all the way at McCoy Estates. I'm not walking all that way for a dome kiln. It is not happening. That is too far to go for coal. It just looks so funny. I don't know why. You go, Higgins. Speed. Nimbling around. Put that there. Okay, I just need 1 more. Rude. I just gotta run and grab the club hammer from wherever that is. Somehow I access... no, never mind. That was the crafting menu. Oh,
You're amazing.
thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate. No. That is indeed quite a challenge. Yeah, it is. It's pretty fun. It is one that I don't actually think that we'll complete, but that's okay. I'm not expecting us to complete it. It is one of those kinds of ones where I just want to see how far I can get, kind of deal. If I could set a new personal best, then that would be good enough. I would be content with that. 13 points of interest. There's criteria for the rat race where what a point of interest is. There's actually like a whole list of rules and stuff. But essentially a point of interest is an area that has been fully barricaded. The doors have been repaired. It needs a generator. It needs to count as an outpost. So like it's got to have a plumbed sink. It has to have a working car, a generator. 5,000 calories of non-perishable food, a good bed. Those are all things that fill up the criteria of an outpost, right? 13 points of interest. And then, so 12 of them are churches, and then one of them is the Hogwallow military base, which is, well, better known as the secret military base in Rosewood. Well, I mean, it's the secret military base. But you have to clear it from top to bottom, which means that one is one that you'll either do first or you'll do it last. It's a pretty scary one. Wait, I have hands? Yeah. Hello. I just don't use my hands very often. I do sometimes I talk with my hands, but it's one of those things where it very rarely comes up, That's clever. I'll give you that. You win this round. But remember, I keep count. I don't hold grudges, but I do keep count. Hey, it's Peter Ponders. How are you doing, Mr. Ponders? How goes your sprinter runs, as well as your other runs? Are you going to be playing Abiotic Factor today by chance? I'm just curious, because it releases here in 30 minutes, and I'm going to be hopping on that train myself. And I'm totally going to be playing it. I cannot wait yet 30 minutes. I know I'm wrapping up kind of my Zomboid stuff mentally, but yeah, it releases here soon, really soon, really, really soon. And I'm going to be starting a fresh playthrough, but also, just so that we're clear, I will also be joining Rhett's playthrough later, so we'll be able to enjoy that. It'll be cool. Oh, I reminded you last night? Yeah. It's going to be fun. I can't wait. What am I doing? I need some kind of hammer. We're gonna break this so quickly. Oh. There's a lot of stuff that my tuber can do that not a lot of people would know about unless they spotted me doing it. Like I can wave, I can clap, I can yawn. But, little things like that. I don't do them very often. I do them sometimes though. I can wink. I can pout. Yeah, those sorts of things. I don't. They don't come up too often. But when they do, it's fun. It's because most of the time I'm just like this. I'm smiling and playing Zomboid or whatever. I knew it would break. I said it would. Knew it. Can't fool me. You didn't know it's already today? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. If you like Abiotic Factor, I figure you do because you play a lot of survival crafting games. Mr. Ponders is another fantastic Zomboid streamer that does a lot of survival crafters. He played some V Rising. He plays lots of things. That's really nifty. Um, there you go. You guys should follow Mr. Ponders. Fantastic mushroom. Mustache. Mustard. It's not mustard gas. But chess. He's got a fun raid thing too. And fire detected. Yeah. I try to shout folks out sometimes. It's just I don't like to do it all the time because then it's not as weighted, right? It's not special. But I do like to shout folks out, especially if they're raiding or other such things. I try to remember. It's hard sometimes though. It's hard being a streamer. That's good. And I wish you luck in your abiotic. I hope that you have a blast and that you get to see the new content because they're going to wrap up the story probably, or maybe they'll leave it up on another cliffhanger. Who knows? I don't. I'm excited for when we get there. And both, so like I'm going to be doing my own playthrough until Rhett's ready to jump me into his playthrough. And then we'll be moving from where he is, which he's currently in, if you were to consider the areas in terms of levels, Rhett would be considered at level 2 right now in his playthrough out of a lot of levels. There's a fair amount of levels in Abiotic. It is a fairly rich game in that way. There's a lot of and it's going to be tough cuz we're going to be playing on high damage and stuff. But yeah. I'll check here if it's ready here in a little bit. But I want to finish making my dome kiln, which I'm getting distracted trying to make. But that's on me. I should be better at that. Where's... You can't tell me that there's no small handles. Oh, I ran out of twine? Are you kidding me? I ran out of twine and sticks. How did I run out of sticks? That's not possible. Ran out of branches. That's an embarrassing thing to run out of. Thankfully, they are everywhere. Okay, let's make another... this. Yeah, I'm pumped. I can't wait. This is going to be a blast. There's 25, so I need 15. If you were to have told me that I would have masonry at like high level right by now before even reaching electrical 3, I don't think I'd believe you. But it is the case. Because that is normal. Okay. Can I make... Yes, I can. Okay, we can make the dome kiln. So that means I need to dismantle this. I'm just gonna smash it with this ledge. Because I can't be bothered to get rid of it any other way. Okay. Boom. Dome kiln. So the dome kiln is exactly the same as the charcoal pile, except it gives you one other recipe. The ability to turn charcoal into coke coal. Coke coal is a component in creating steel. But I gotta make sure that I'm using the coke coal for the right thing. Because it likes to use whatever's available. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep the coke coal separately. And only use it when it's required. Okay. Let's go grab some charcoal. It's good. We're hitting that stride where we're able to almost craft whatever I want. Not quite there yet. Almost there though. So close. Hurricane lantern might be cool to have. I'm also tempted to make a hand-forged dagger just to kind of try it out. I've not tried the hand-forged dagger yet. I know I've heard good things about it. And well, I'm someone who very much enjoys the short blades. So I'll give it a try at least, I think. I'll go grab the steel that's down the road and we'll bring it here. It's gonna be ready in 20 minutes. Oh, goodness. I bet you lots of abiotic folks are really pumped. Like, they're really excited, more than likely. And just think, Zomboid's gonna be releasing an update eventually, right? Their next update's gotta be coming up soon. It'll be 42.11. Which will be... I don't know what's coming next. I really don't. I have no idea. They could be releasing almost anything at this point. I know they're going to probably fix the the fishing stuff. More than likely, either that's this one or the next one. I'm hoping that we'll see some. I don't know. I really don't. I'd love to see some greenhouse related stuff, but we'll see. Hmm. Yes, Mr. Ponders is a master of the sprinters. Yeah, I would love to see greenhouses. Greenhouses, and I'd like to see the meats balanced a little more so that it gives some folks some variety. I don't care so much about my playthrough in the rat race for that stuff. It's just to see people using other things other than butter to fuel their runs would be not too bad, right? It'd be a decent swath of variety. Of course, that's a preference, though. Yeah, the butter meta. It's one of those things. It's that I don't hate butter. It's just that you gotta imagine the amount of Zomboid content that I enjoy, and that it's like, so much butter. The amount of calories in the community because of butter at this time. Okay, let's grab you, fill my water bottle, put this away. Need a quarter of that. Backpack on. You like my setup? There's parts of it that I wish were a little bit more clean. But open crafting is fun. I like having my crafting just kind of there at quick access. I can kind of go from station to station. I still kind of am thinking that I'm gonna tile the whole thing, maybe with these tiles, but that's gonna take a lot of clay. Of course, I gotta level my pottery somehow. So that could be a way to level pottery up. Is just like tile the whole area. I was thinking about doing some kind of like a library lounge in here. Like I'm gonna divide this into like a storage room and a library lounge where we have like our reading chair and our bookshelves for when we eventually find the or so books that are in this whole world. I've got one of them, because the loot is on that low, but there's a couple of skill books over in the storage unit. There's literally two. It's animals tracking 2 and animal care 4. But there's also this book. Where is it? Wanted for questioning. So we can read that. That would be fun. Okay, got a lock on that door. And we're at almost 18,000 in terms of total kills for the run so far, which is not too bad. It is kind of slow paced, like I'm not going very quickly, but at this rate, we should be able to max most of the crafting skills. The only skills that I've not really... We'll see. Like, I'm starting to lean heavily towards them, and they're starting to reach their ends. I should start glass making, though. There's a lot of broken windows. I'm sure that this skill will probably go up fairly quickly, but I need to see how much a pane of glass gives me versus like a making a hurricane lantern or something. We'll compare it. And then we'll really start going to town on the weapon skills. That gets your kill count up is when you work on these ones. Alrighty. But I am going to end the zomboid portion of today on a solid note, because that is a solid note to end the zomboid portion on.